Oh, yeah, I need to.
You wanted to do a sound check, Laura?
Yeah.
Just to see. Yeah, Luna, just say something so we can make sure that
Check,
it's all working.
check, check. 1, 2.
Yep. I hear everybody.
Awesome, awesome.
I hear myself, and that's not a good thing sometimes.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever a good
Okay.
thing to hear you, seriously.
Wow, that's how we're gonna start this.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, I mean,
Awesome.
From the start.
that's the least of our concern. Look, Luna's literally dead in water, and we're just looking down on her.
That's not my problem. Look, I can't help what Fluffy does.
What? This is
So,
your fault. Do you
it's
think people are gonna believe
it's
that I did this? No.
this is not my fault. I can't help that Fluffy wanted to claim the soul. Like, I know that we're short this 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 queue, so he's just like
Mm-hmm.
I he loves Luna so much. He just had to smother her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what we'll go with. Well, hey everyone, welcome to the 500th episode of Housing Talk. I don't know what the number is. It's definitely not 500, but today we've got the wonderful Luna Delcielo here
Woo!
and Alaura.
Hey. Well met.
Yes. Can you describe what you're doing here, Luna, or what we're doing?
Well, we wanted to start outside, and there wasn't really anywhere to sit, so I just played dead in the pond, and that's where I'm going to sit for the next 3 hours.
Yeah, so, okay,
Yay! I'm
perfect,
just
yeah.
kidding.
This is a good
I'm gonna
still.
take a photograph real quick.
I take a G
Yeah.
pose. Get used to this, guys. Uh, so we are actually here at her first build of the day. Um, what can you tell us a bit about yourself, Luna, and how you started housing, where you heard of it, like doing commissions, like tell us about kind of like your journey up to this point.
So I started housing kind of like a lot of other designers did, where they just I got a little interested in housing. Of course, all I had was like an apartment and an FC room. Um, a couple of my friends ended up getting a small house, so I started just tinkering around with people's houses. Um, Back in, I would say, 2018, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And then I kind of had like word of mouth spread, so I had like friends of friends that I actually started doing commissions for. Um, and then after that, I started a card, and it was more like, hey, I expanded out from Excalibur, designed on Hyperion and Lamia, and just kept going. Over time, I really experimented with a lot of different designs. I I really liked doing alternative style builds. I stuck with more classic designs for my house, for my personal house, for my friends' houses, but I was lucky enough that between venue designs and, let's say, eccentric folks that like to commission builds, I was able to do like some more immersive, like RP style builds.
Right.
And funnily enough, some of the early builds that I did, I had someone say, "Hey, can you do something in the style of how Alaura does her builds?" And I was
What?
like,
Oh,
"Yeah,
wow.
no, seriously."
Holy crap.
So one of the first ones that I did, it's not on the tour, but one of the first ones I did that was really immersive was the submarine, and I made sure that it was different from how Laura had hers,
Oh
but
yeah.
that's exactly what they requested. They said they don't want a rip off of it; they wanted their own, but they wanted something that had that vibe that was like, dark, immersive, and a little quirky. Um, so actually, my two inspirational designers that I kind of developed my personal style from would be Alora and Bright Dancer. Alora was a big inspiration for me, from just the quirky RP standpoint, and really getting into the unique usages of the space with what they had, right? Because like especially earlier on, without a lot of furnishings, it was you had to get very creative. And then Bright Dancer, I really liked her builds because she was and still is very good with maximizing the space that she has. So the big thing for me, I usually go big with my builds. I try to balance detail with space, and I always design for the third person character view. Of course, like some of the builds that have a lot of like detail, you have to sacrifice your volume space for that. So they're great for screenshots and everything's to scale to the characters, but it's kind of difficult to walk around in. I love those builds to like sit and idle in, but they're kind of hard to like use day to day. So I kind of try to strike that balance between detail and space, so that similar to like areas that you walk around in Eorzea, everything's a little bit bigger than life, but it makes sense for the third person camera view.
Okay, no, that's a very, very good description of your whole journey. I'm always very curious to hear as to kind of how people start, because there's some of us who just kind of jump right into the housing game right at the beginning. I'd say most of us probably started years ago and we just kind of played through the story and then kind of found the love for housing after Endgame. So yeah, it's really I really appreciate like just the different stories to hear. It's just like I just like to hear like everything unique to the designer, because I know every designer has their own journey. They all come from somewhere. They all have their different experiences that kind of lead to them to this point. So yeah, it's really awesome to to hear your story and hear like you sound very passionate about it. It seems like you've been doing it for quite a while. So it's just very nice to have like another experienced person in this scene to kind of talk about and show off your stuff, and try to inspire other people to do the same. So, oh hey Nakota, how's it going?
Wah!
Wow. Yeah.
Hi, Dakota.
Hey. Hey, what's going on, man? Thank you so much for coming in. I know it's probably kind of late for you, but yeah, thanks for showing up. Yeah, we're just outside Luna's first build. So,
Yeah, and now the sun's out.
oh, the sun's out. Can we go in now, or?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Let's head on in then.
Oh,
This
gotta
yard
make
is
sure that
absolutely
Fluffy
beautiful, though.
behaves.
Yeah. I'm just glad you're alive again. Seriously.
And there's the cherry tree.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Oh, this is like one of the best locations for houses. I love this one. It's so secluded. Okay. Let's head on in. Luna voice reveal, Pog. Well, Nakota had his face reveal yesterday, and I saw that, and I was like, ooh, okay. Nakota's not a Lalafell, I guess, right? No. Wait, Alaura, why are you sitting here?
What?
I thought we were gonna sit.
Because there's a chair.
Yeah, but where's Luna gonna sit though? I guess she's the bartender, the hostess.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just sat down. It was the first thing I saw, so I'm sorry. I'm lazy.
So yeah, like I guess let me just bring up. Luna prepared like many photos for this one, so it's kind of nice to see. Like I'm like, thank you so much for doing that, honestly, because it's nice to have some like visuals for us as well, especially for people who watch the VODs. They just kind of want to reference it and whatever. But yeah, like tell us a bit about this one called Morning Rhyme. And guys, before I start, actually, all of these addresses are public. So you guys are more than welcome to come visit them during our stream. But yeah, this first one here is Morning Rhyme on Primal Hyperion, Goblet, Ward 7, Plot 4. So yeah, Luna, tell us a bit about this one. Like, what's the history behind this one here?
Okay, so this was a just a regular commission. The client asked for a Spring Frost inspired home. So they wanted a kind of Japandi style, but they wanted it in cool tones, and they wanted something that reminded them of the winter to spring transition. And they also requested cherry blossoms. Um, so what's really interesting about this is I love the color blue, and I love this particular color combination, the cerulean blue,
Hmm.
corpse blue. I like the cool shade, and I like how it goes really well with like the loam brown and the mole brown.
Hmm.
So this one is probably my all-time favorite, like modern style house that I've designed. Um, Even to this day, I did this one in, I believe it was April 2023. So I did this one 2 years ago, and even to this day, it's still my absolute
Oh my
favorite.
god! And is this like your kind of like your main's home, like your home then?
No, no, it's just a
Oh.
commission.
Oh wow.
No, honestly, I like it better than my personal house.
Because I
I
saw
own
the
a,
name, I saw the name Luna on the house when I walked in, so I just assumed it was maybe what your main or like one of your alt or something.
no, believe it or not, every Luna you see is not me.
Oh
This
my
is
god!
it's a relatively popular name. I've
Right.
actually had multiple Lunas that have commissioned me.
Oh,
So it is kind of funny as I'm Luna working for a Luna. Yeah.
that's hilarious. Man,
So
Uh,
many Lunas.
yeah. How many Lunas
the
have you had? Do you have a count?
Let's see. I would say I know of at least three, and I'm really good friends with another Luna. Her name is Neko Luna. Shout out to Neko. Ah!
Oh, Neko Luna. I think.
So,
Yeah, she. Yeah, there's Neko Luna. I know. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know I saw it somewhere, but yeah, there's just so much going on. But yeah, like look at like I just want to like take the screen down a bit because like this is why we waited to come in because we wanted to see this beautiful like view here. Seriously, like this build it doesn't do it justice. Like when like I mean it's kind of like with the lights off, it's kind of like it's a nice home, but like with the lights coming in, that's just like the whole point of the beauty that Luna's referring to this whole time. Oh man, there's like a second floor to this as well, right, Luna?
yeah, I kind of did a faux second floor, built
Right,
above the basement stairwell,
right.
and that's where the bedroom is.
Oh wow.
Yeah, now you
Oh.
can make footprints. Whee!
You got a little like spa area here, like a private hot tub.
Yeah, the hot tub. That's a love-hate relationship,
Oh
pretty much
no.
for any designer that does commissions, where a lot of folks ask for a large hot tub in their house. Um, which don't get me wrong. I do enjoy incorporating those in unique and creative ways into homes. But sometimes I'm just like, oh, this is hard. It's hard. It's challenging to fit in with the theme that you're trying to go for in the house. So thankfully, with a lot of the wood tones, this is more of just like a nice little bathhouse area, and
Hmm.
it's not something where they're asking me to like plop it in the middle of their living room or something like that. So
I mean, have you had clients who ask you that, where they're like, "We want the hot tub to be the main stage, and everything else is secondary."
what the client wants, the client gets. However, sometimes I can talk them out of it if I can find a
Right,
creative solution otherwise.
right.
So I like to work compromises when I can, but sometimes they want their hot tub to be in the main area that they're going to be and use.
Right.
So when that happens, and I'm like, okay, well let's make this something that is either a focal piece or something that blends in naturally with the surroundings.
Yeah, I just like I'm guessing you probably like kind of getting off of that. Like you probably had clients who also asked you to like put like a doll mill right in the middle of your room, right? And then you had to like talk them out of it.
Um, uh, Not a dommel, but I have had a client that for a hot minute they they kept trying to get. I did multiple builds for them,
Right.
and they kept trying to get me to shoehorn in a mannequin that had something themed for the build, which we will actually go through two of those today.
Okay. I'm looking forward to
And
it.
I was able to find a good solution for that. But then after a while, I was like, actually fitting in themed mannequins is kind of fun. So then
Yeah.
there's a few other builds that just so happen to have mannequins in them because it was a good idea. So even though I was begrudging and obliging when those requests were kind of coming in initially, I realized, hey, that's another way that we can get creative and add a unique touch to the build. So what I hated initially, because it was such a challenge, I actually ended up enjoying and implement things like that to this day.
That's awesome though. Like you just never know, right? Because at first you're like, oh my god, that sounds batshit crazy, and then you're like, wait a second,
Yeah.
I can make something. I can make something work out of this. I can work with this person. I can do this. Oh, Nakota's saying a couple comments here actually. Nakota says, I guess the general law is like it can look good, then yes. It can't look good. Sorry, then I decline the commission. And then he's also saying bathtub in the main area is fine if you can pretty much make a spa build or something. Nod, nod. What do you think of that,
agree.
Luna? Yeah.
I agree with Nakota. If they were just to ask me to do something like, I don't know, like a really high-end Regal style build, Victorian era, and then they asked me to put an Eastern hot tub in this very center of the room, and like they're like, that's what I want. I have to have that. That is an absolute must. I would decline the commission. But usually it's something that we can kind of talk through.
We can work through this, guys.
Compromise.
If they have something like that, I'll be like, well, are you okay with an alcove off to the side that has like a semi-private bath? Are you okay with me turning that into like a water feature where you can bathe in it, but when you're not using it, it looks like a really ornate fountain or something like that?
Right.
So it's kind of like a discussion point where it's like, okay, what does the client envision? Because sometimes they don't have an exact vision in their mind. They have functionality in their mind, that they want these specific items for these specific uses. Mm-hmm. And they also want a theme surrounding all of those functional items. And a lot of times it's up to the designer to kind of figure out how can you apply all of those things together and it also look aesthetically pleasing.
And
sometimes that's impossible, but most of the time you can figure out a way to do it.
And like speaking of aesthetics, like I see like in your other photos that you sent over to me, you've got kind of like showing the lily blossom tree, like kind of in comparison to like that backdrop there for the bedroom. I mean, do you take a lot of like when you do take on commissions, do you take aesthetics from the real world and kind of like try to emulate that, or is it just like reference ideas to kind of get your mind going when you're doing these commissions for your clients?
Usually it's kind of both. So for this particular build, they gave me very little to work with, and the idea was they wanted something, winter to spring transition with cherry blossoms. And I was like, okay, so I'm thinking of frost. I'm thinking of, frost or the sun coming in and melting the frost. And I started just kind of Googling some images and I came across that one. So I saved it in my project folder, and I went off of the entire build off of that picture as far as color scheme and just general tone of the build. Sometimes clients will give me multiple photos to go off of. Like they're like, okay, hey, I like this style of house. I like some color scheme of this picture or something like that. So sometimes I can just take what they give me. Sometimes I can just kind of look up an inspiration photo or two and just kind of go off of that. Very rarely do I copy architecture. That's usually just improv from my mind. But from a inspirational photo standpoint, I'm usually going mostly for either theme, tone, or just color palette.
Oh, okay, I see. Then that's a perfect picture of reference too. I think everyone can see here how clearly it has shown and reflected in your build. Like just the same color palette, like the same like kind of like wintry blue, kind of like icy tones with like the accents of white and also like the brown from the trees and whatnot, and actually having the cherry blossom tree there to symbolize that. Yeah, it's like really, it's very, very picturesque and very fitting of the theme that I guess you want to show, and also the client as well. But no, that's really interesting to talk about, because I know like with Alaura and I, we're just kind of like, oh, like what are we gonna build today? Oh, I know. Let's put a dumbbell in the middle of this build.
The royal bed.
Yeah, it's good to like have the contrast between like commissions and like personal designs. Like, I guess for you, like then like like when you are designing your personal stuff though, do you still kind of do the same thought process and the same like creative process to get to that point? Like, do you still kind of like look up some pictures on Pinterest, get like a reference, maybe make like a mood board or something, and then kind of extrapolate from that? Or is it some just like kind of like you just kind of build off the cuff and think, oh, I want to do this today, so I'm just going to do this for my personal?
When I was an earlier designer, I did do more like mood board stuff. I would actually, it's kind of dorky, but I would pull up a PowerPoint. I'd pull up a PowerPoint and I'd have a few slides of like bulleted lists. Sometimes I would take images of like literal items, like housing items that I wanted to incorporate and use, and then I would have like inspiration photos in like the last few slides. And then over time, I got to a point where I just kind of I was able to memorize most of the furnishings in game, and once they created the preview function for the furnishing, that was really helpful too. Because like way back in the day, I feel like I sound like a grandma. Back in my day when I designed,
Yeah.
they didn't. We didn't have a preview system. If you wanted to know what it looked like in game, you either had to look it up online and hope you can find a good image of it, or you bought it and placed it in your apartment and checked it out. So once I was able to kind of memorize that catalog and know what I wanted to use, and I was more comfortable with different themes and what things kind of looked like, I was able to move away from having like mood board style or just general lists of things that I wanted to do, and more move towards free design, where I was
Okay.
able to more freely design and less planning and more just kind of work in the flow.
Okay. No, that totally makes sense. It's almost like that. That's why I always tell like also like newer designers too, and maybe people who aren't in the haven't done a house yet or like want to get into housing. I kind of should tell them, hey guys, it's all about just doing it. Just like do what makes you happy. Put some items down, kind of play around with it, and I think Noko and I even spoke about this in our stream together. Like in the beginning, I remember he was saying like, yeah, just like keep practicing and keep putting things down. Like you say the same sentiment. And it seems to be the same sentiment across the board for all the designers that I've had on the show. It's just you just got to keep going at it, and eventually you're just gonna find your niche. You're gonna find your passion, and then if you do end up deciding to do commissions, like, I mean, is there any like maybe advice you can give people like to like how to like start commissions, or like is it just more of like a personal preference? Like, what's your take on the commission stuff? Because I know Alaura and I, we don't do commissions at all. Like we just kind of build personally. So like, is there like any like advice you could maybe give for like a bit newer like housing designers who may possibly want to start taking commissions?
Say for commission specifically, now there's always going to be a creative process, whether it's for your personal, personal designs, or if it's for commission. For a commission, I think it's really important to get a really good understanding of what the client wants or expects from their build. And that's just having a good conversation. Of course, like using Discord is really helpful because you can like ask questions and then like look back through the chat log to remind yourself, okay, yeah, they definitely wanted a hot tub smack dab in the middle of the living room. Okay, I have to have that in there. But it's also really helpful because you can kind of strategize and plan with the things that they need to have in the build, the things that they would like to see in the build, and the things that are just like happy extras. And if you kind of format your questions in that way as you're communicating with the client, it allows you to get like a hierarchy of what to prioritize in when you're actually doing your build. Some of the challenges are, of course, item limit and space, or sometimes even gil, or craft, ability to craft items, time. So all that kind of factors in. But if you know what things are really, really important to the client, then you can make sure that you focus on those things first and foremost, whether it's theme, style, specific special items, or whatever. I do also recommend keeping a good list of questions that you commonly ask clients, and kind of give them like a copy paste bulleted list of questions that you would commonly ask them, like, hey, what kind of special items do you want? Do you need a summoning bell? Do you need a mannequin? Do you know, of course we want to guess. Typically we incorporate the message book and the music player, but there's other items that they may or may not want to have. So having some of those types of questions up front kind of really streamlines your process as well, especially if you start taking on multiple clients. And then that allows you to get a little bit more structure when you're working, and you know kind of what kind of things you want to get from the client so that you can continue to work and, of course, ask further questions. Yeah, I kind of trailed off a little bit, but yeah, that's
No, you're all good. I completely agree with all of those points. I think structure with anything is very, very crucial, because you don't want to like be completely overwhelmed when you, especially for a newer designer, to take on their first commission, being like, oh no, like I forgot to ask them this. Oh no, I forgot to ask them that. I'm gonna have to message them like 10,000 times, and I don't want to annoy them.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Right? And to have like like let's say there's like a set of like 5 major questions that you want to ask someone, you can kind of like tailor. You can kind of like control the conversation too, so that the client doesn't kind of go off on like a tangent. Or like, wait, what did they say at that last part? Like they said they wanted this thing here or there. But if you have it all like structured out in bullet points, I think it's a very good idea just to so that both of you guys aren't overwhelmed and you're just able to completely, have a map of what to work from, like when you are sitting down and kind of looking at those bullets and stuff like that. So, no, that's very good advice. Thank you so much for saying that, Luna. Because I think every designer and every commissioner, like you said, they have their own personal takes on stuff and like how. But that was like a very good explanation as to for those newer designers out there. But yeah, do you want to like take me throughout this build a bit? I just want to kind of take advantage of this morning sun coming in here. Like, did you want to talk anything about like the downstairs? Because I know this is like your favorite build, basically. So
Sure, yeah. So, well, I'll talk about this initially.
Sure.
I really, really loved doing the ceilings in this build. This was
Ooh.
shortly after the Thavnarian bed came out, and when I saw the underside of it, I'm like, oh, I have to do a ceiling
Wow.
with that. So I actually selected the Lone Brown, of course, based on the general theme of the build, but then also the little circle wood posts that are on the underside of that bed don't die. So like there's a couple of them that are probably peeking out, but it kind of blends in because of the Lone Brown. So that was really helpful. The unfortunate part is it doesn't provide camera collision, so I still had to stuff pawns in the ceiling.
Yay.
Oh.
I really wish all the beds would just be consistent and have camera collision, but
Yeah.
that was the only downfall about doing this build, was having to work around still implementing in camera collision with the pawns. So I had to keep it just high enough that the pawns could still be in without snapping to the second floor.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. So that was
That must
kind
have
of a
been
challenge.
that must have been something else. Yeah.
So that was something that I actually built from the top down, so that I knew I had my ceilings at the max height that they could be for the pawns, and then I build my ceiling down from there, and then I started doing the walls and the perimeter around relative to the height of the ceiling to try to give like an overall good proportion to the room.
Yeah, it's like fluid too. It's kind of congruent throughout the entire build, right? As opposed to just like, oh, this one section has like a crazy awesome ceiling. Not nowhere in the house has that, but I like how you kept it consistent on both floors. So yeah, it looks really nice. Like I didn't even any notice. Like I mean, I'm sure like because you're the designer, oh my God, I could have covered that part better or whatever. But when I first looked at it, I thought, oh my God, that's absolutely stunning. Because based on especially what you said about how you built this 2 years ago, when there weren't really as many items too to cover up certain points, it's like wow, it's a classic. Like, you're right, and it still holds strong now to this day. So yeah, man. So would you say modern is like kind of like the main style that you like to go with, or are you kind of like
Um,
comfortable in all kind of styles?
I'm kind of a jack of all trades. I'm comfortable in pretty much any style. Um, if I get too many commissions in a row that are just pure modern homes, it feels a little stale. Uh, but I don't mind doing modern builds. I do
Right.
prefer to do either Eastern leaning modern builds, or I also like punk or goth style modern builds where you
Hmm.
do like high contrast, like black and red or something like that.
Hmm.
Just something a little bit like I love the look of like Japandi, the light, airy, beautiful builds, but everybody does such a beautiful job of those that I feel like when I do them, I'm just like,
Aw.
it's okay. It's
Yeah.
like and it's not because I'm comparing myself negatively to other designers, just because they're so popular that I already see so much of it that I don't necessarily enjoy the creative element of it, because I feel like I'm just recreating the same things that I've seen over and over again. Um, so generally speaking, that's probably why I gravitate towards more novelty builds, especially for my own personal projects,
Hmm.
because I've had a lot of modern and pseudo modern style builds requested by clients that when I'm designing for myself, that's the last thing I want to do. So I tend to go a little bit more eclectic. with my personal builds.
I completely agree with you because honestly, like I tell Laura this all the time. It's like you know that new rail slide partition that came out in 7 point like whatever 7.1 or 7.0. Like I
Hmm.
see so many Japanese designers use that one. Well, not even Japanese too, but did you see like hundreds of them? Just like, can someone just build something different finally? Like I've been seeing the same post, like technically the same post like 20 times, right? I'm just like, I want to see something different. So it's kind of awesome that you said that you like to play around with the color palette and make those like very dynamic colors, like in the goth builds, right? Like the stark contrast. Because that like what really pulls me in, anyways, into the housing, where it's like I just want to see something different. I want to see something more original and not like the same thing repeated. Like yes, it is beautiful, but I need to see something that just gives that like oomph to it. And you said exactly that. So yeah, totally. I can imagine it get boring after a while after doing the
Yeah.
same thing. So, but yeah, the novelty classic it will never wear. Like you said, 2 years still now, and it's still very very close to your heart and amazing. So
I did actually come into this build a couple weeks ago. Luckily, my alt was still added to this house, and I was going through and checking the list for this stream, and I had noticed that since we updated the graphics to 7.0,
right.
that the house lighting was slightly different. And initially, because I have the lights on, but all of the shadows from that center light were properly covered up with the original walls that I had up around the ceiling, like in this little threshold from the foyer to the kitchen. But what was really unfortunate was there was actually when I turned the lights up, there was a large like beam of light that was hitting this back wall with like a really stark shadow. And it was, I'll tell you what, it was not like that when I left it. And I realized it was from the graphics update and the lighting changes that had happened inside the house. So what I did was I did come in here with my alt with a couple new items. What is this? I think this is the not the kitchen cabinet, it's the other one. The wall, it's just the wall cabinet.
Hmm.
The wall cabinet item. It's like a big it's the big partition that has like the drawers on the front. But I went ahead and like covered the light up again, and it was actually you still see a little bit of sliver of light, but there's nothing casted on the wall anymore. So
Right.
technically I did fix this build, so I guess I could say it was refreshed, but I only refreshed just one little section to fix the lighting. So, and then I left a message in the message book letting the client know, hey, since I was still tenant, I just went ahead and fixed this for you. So, because that
Oh,
came
I'm
in
sure they really
nice for all of
appreciate that to follow it up just randomly, right? Yeah.
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 Yeah, and that's not necessarily something I do with everyone, but I mean, heck, if you leave me as a tenant, I might come in and give you extra items. Like, if I'm already here, and there's something I can, change or update,
That's
why not?
awesome. That shows that you really care about it, and like I'm sure like they really appreciate thinking, "Oh yeah, I did see that it hit the wrong way. Oh, that's amazing. I can't believe she like thought about me and came in and brushed it up. That's amazing.
Aw,
That is good."
Luna's so sweet.
But don't let everyone know.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's broadcast now.
Yeah,
It's too
it's
late.
gonna be in a VOD, so yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. But I think overall, this build being 2 years old, and I think you had a good point saying that it's kind of like a timeless or classic design. So when we get a good collection of items over the course of a few expansions, like what we had by the time we got up to like a couple years ago, we had so much that we could do with those items. But then we get a couple more like unique items that end up being like the staples for the next generation of houses. So like my house is almost a time capsule of what everything looked like up through 2023. But then after 7.0 dropped, and we had a couple decent patches of some really good staple furnishings, you kind of see the next generation of housing designs come out. And right now they do all kind of seem like same old because we get these new items and it's like we can't get enough of it. We have to keep using it because it's so attractive to use these new items. And we kind of forego the old items that we always used before for these new items. But then over time we kind of settle down and we start implementing in the older items again, and then we end up using the entire gamut of furnishings again. So I'm looking forward to like a couple more patches down the road where people aren't using the rail and style all the time, but when they
Mhm.
do, it's more unique and intentional and not just focused around that item anymore. And then it goes into just base elements to the house design. So
No, that is very true, and it's good to have like a cycle because eventually some of the older items too might come back into play because they're like, oh, I can pair this really old item from patch 2.0 and pair it with an item that came out in patch 7.0. That would look perfect. So it's kind of nice to have like a cyclical kind of thing with the patches. Like I'm just really happy in general. I think post Dawn Trail, like ever since post Endwalker, they've been giving us more and more like very creative, very multi-purpose housing items. Like especially with the two-tone dye, but also just like very practical items too. So like I'm just looking forward to whatever's more in store for Dawn Trail and beyond, on how much they can kind of give housing more of a serious consideration now. So, but yeah, I guess on that note, I guess we can move on to our second build, unless there's something that you'd
Wait,
more like to say
well,
about this one.
I
Or
wanted
Alaura.
to say
Yeah.
something.
What do you want to say, Laura? Sorry.
I really love the beheaded Mandragora.
Oh,
So
wait,
great.
what? Oh my god. I mean,
Yeah, I mean it's
I don't
a
think that's what Luna was
base,
going for, but oh
I
my
mean,
god.
leave it to Allura to see something beheaded in a build. But you caught me. Yes, I did have to behead her to make that
Yay.
flower vase.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Yes. Only one Mandragora was hurt during the process of this build.
One in
Um,
asterisk, right? Yeah.
There's only one out, but
Yeah, there's
Oh!
only one of them lived, right? Or I don't know.
Oh
Who
my
knows?
Right.
gosh. Is there a grave of them, like, just piled up somewhere behind
Probably like
the
underneath it.
cabinets?
It's probably in the basement, probably, and like this blocked off, right? So
Oh my gosh, let me go. I need to see this.
it took me a little bit to figure out how to use the guillotine. So there was a couple botch beheadings,
Right.
but I think that was like take 4 or 5.
well, you
Oh,
do it.
I mean, that always happens.
Yeah, you do it for art, anyways, and obviously this build came out very spectacularly, so it doesn't really matter how you got here,
Yeah.
really. So, yeah. Well, anyways, yeah, let's like move on to the next one here, and like I said, guys, all of these addresses are public, provided by Luna. So, let me just put up the address for a second. This one we're going over to Excalibur, right? The second one.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
let's just put that up. Just gonna put up the little still here. Vintage 70s chic on Primal Excalibur Lavender Beds War 21 Plot 3. So I'm just going to pin that in the chat right here while I teleport over there. Alright. Now, do you have orchestrions to go with these builds as well, Luna? Like, or was that, like, I think that's something you told me that you get your clients to choose themselves?
Usually I will help select a few orchestrion roles that work well with the house, especially if it's like a themed house. There are a few clients that prefer to select their own, especially if they just want the latest and greatest. But every house in this lineup that we're showing today, they all kind of have like themed or just somewhat fitting orchestrion roles that go with the house.
I should have had the music on earlier. I kind of wanted you to give kind of like your story and stuff without kind of everything in the background, but if you would like, I'm just going to turn that music back on just because I prefer the orchestrions as well. Oh, before I actually take down the screen here, I just wanted to say that Luna also prepared matching glamours for her character for each build of hers, so look forward to that. Me and Alaura just like, hey, let's just slap on some clothes and go, right? So, yeah.
Well, I mean, these are our alts, so...
Yeah, that is
Wait.
true.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let me just take down the... Are you guys both here already?
I'm here already.
I'm still in transit. I'm walking up.
Okay, let me, wait
I'm
a
in the
bit then.
front. Are you inside?
I'm inside right now, yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad.
That's okay. I just wait for you guys to show up, so...
Well, I went inside real quick, and you didn't say anything.
Oh, you did? I must have been on the other screen, yeah.
Yeah. Wee.
Alright, I'm just gonna take the screen down then, so we can kind of see what's going on here. Ooh, whoa!
Look at that outfit.
Look at that outfit. Jeez, guys.
Leisure suit. Woo!
That is very vintage. And there's us and like I don't know what.
I feel so goth in this. But oh well.
Wow, tell me a bit about this one though, Luna. This is absolutely spectacular. Like I don't really see anyone kind of making builds like this one.
So this is one of those eclectic builds that I was referring to before, where I kind of took the modern idea with like the clean lines and just a general like real life looking house, but I made it look like an old 70s shag pad. There's kind of a story behind why I selected what I did. The initial house that I had purchased for my personal house on my main character. Of course, I ended up winning a lottery in Goblet, and I was super stoked, and I was really happy, and I didn't know what kind of design I wanted to do. I almost had, like, decision paralysis, because I'm like, I finally have a house, I don't know what I want to do with my house. There was a running joke with my FC that some of the people kept calling me a boomer. By the way, I'm not that old, but they kept calling me a boomer, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a
boomer.
Oh my god.
Exactly. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a grandma house. So I made a small house that looked like an old granny house, and it had that 70s, like everything looked 70s, where it was like that mustard yellow, the olive greens.
Oh yeah.
Like dark and it looked like an old granny house, and it was really early on in my design career, if I would even call it that at that point. So, but everybody knew when they arrived that that's exactly what they were going for. They're like, wow, it looks like my grandma's house. Like, that's the vibe I was going for. So,
you want grandma? I'll show you grandma.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what happened with this build, I was commissioned, and it was completely up to my choice what I wanted to do in the build. Of course, I did get like a go-ahead after I started doing some of the build. I was like, hey, are you still okay with me going this direction? And they're like, yeah, it's cool, it's different, go for it. So I was able to actually recreate that grandma vibe with the 70s style, but I made it more modern and made it more like a real life house. Of course, this would be like, instead of grandma's house, it would be when grandma was younger and maybe kind of getting into the disco age. That's the kind of house it is. So it's not retired grandma house. Instead, it's like hip cool granny.
It's like hip cool granny before retirement or after retirement?
Yeah.
I don't even know.
Before retirement.
Before retirement,
like,
yeah.
Actually, in the 70s, like a fresh house. Versus,
Right.
Having sat for many years. So I really like old vintage styles. Like I really like the styles from the 30s and 40s. I like the 50s style. I like that 60s and 70s style, and I even like the up to the 80s. So like having houses kind of themed in different decades has been something kind of a goal of mine, where if I can get a house to fit a specific decade, then I feel like it's kind of like a time capsule.
It really is. Like, I really appreciate your take on it, because you've mentioned this many times, even in the first build as well, how saying you want to make that classic look. You want this to be a time capsule too. It doesn't matter what year a player comes in. They could walk here 10 years later, walk and be like, oh yeah, it's totally 70s, or oh yeah, it's totally 80s, right? Like, you just want that kind of like novelty effect. And I can really say personally too, like in my IRL life as well, like I really appreciate like the older style homes. Like, I'm not really into the modern homes, like, you know, with like the black frames, the black, like everything pristine. Like, I really appreciate like the old wood tones, the old wood textures, the, you know, and kind of like in that kind of style. So like I really appreciate that you point that out, because I think there's a lot of people outside of just us that do appreciate that novelty. I think novelty brings us comfort. Anything that's, you know, anything that's been repeated, everything that's been close to our heart, like it's just something you want to come home to, you know? Like, I think this is one of those homes, and I'm sure your client was very, very happy. And like, you even got the little old telephone here with the little handle here, right, with the dial.
Yeah.
That's awesome. How many manticoras did you kill in this one? Because like I see there's like one right here, right?
Yeah.
It's stones, sitting stone still.
Just the one.
Just the one, right? You just mummified him, right? Yeah, that's why he's standing still.
there might be a few in the bedroom.
Right, right.
Woo! Beheading them in the bedroom.
Hey, where did
That's-
Luna go? Hang on.
To
Oh, I
be
went to
fair,
the
they're
kitchen.
fully. To be fair, they're fully intact.
Ah, yeah. Wait, Luna, where'd you go? I don't see. Oh, wait, here you are. This is the bedroom, right? Yeah, perfect.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, I see the Mandragoras you're talking about now, yeah. Now, is that like a staple piece, like that you try to put in most builds, or do they just work in the builds
They
that you
just
have?
worked.
Ah.
I like the colors. They kind of reminded me of what the brown, orange, and yellow that I was going for.
Right.
So
yeah,
I
yeah.
just thought, hey, that'd be a cute little display area. So
What
I
a
used it.
coincidence, yeah, the colors, yeah. Oh, wow.
Yours are 70s inspired. Whee!
This is so cozy, and it's like, it is definitely eclectic, though, because I don't know many people who say, I want this 70s build, you know? Right. No, it's awesome, though. I like to see different things.
And
Wow.
to be fair, this build, even though the colors are very fugly and very 70s, one could easily go through and re-dye this house in other colors, and the style itself would look a little bit different, right? So like I could take this and put neon colors in, dark with light contrast and some of the new neon colors on like the stripes on the wall, and I
Right.
could almost reframe that and say, hey, this is a neon 80s build. You know, throw a couple neon lights up. You know, so like the architecture itself, there's really not a lot that's unique about it. It's really the color palette that tells you it's 70s.
Right.
Well, and the old TV, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like one of those old couches. You remember, like those old couches with the brown and avocado green and orange. My parents kept on their couch for like the longest time. Is the ugliest thing.
Well, I mean, these couches are orange too. Like, no, I know they're Devons, but still, it's giving that kind of similar look, right?
well,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's not that ugly flower pattern.
Oh yeah, the flower pattern, the floral
Yeah.
pattern, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah, with all the
Yeah,
orange
yeah.
and brown.
Like all
and
the sofas
avocado.
were like that. Yeah, they all have that like
Yeah,
the
they were
gold
all-
metallic tint and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, they were
Totally.
all totally like that. Like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they keep keeping this thing, but they finally
Yeah.
got rid of it. But
And they're just like matte, like
ugh.
solid colors now, right? So yeah. Oh man, but yeah, just the old school TV too. It's just such a cool look with the like antenna sticking out for satellite, and then you got the little knobs for like the volume and stuff like that. Oh my god, and the vent. This is totally old school. Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
And I love this so much. Oh, this lamp is so cool, Luna, right here. What you did here. This
Yeah.
custom lamp. Oh my god. Never thought to even use that bowl there for that. Oh my goodness.
I love that bowl though. It's such a pretty bowl.
Yeah. Wow. Wait, that's Dance Bowl, isn't it?
Yep.
I shouldn't have said that. No. I shouldn't have
Wait.
said that.
I don't think I have that on this character actually.
Oh, thank God.
so-
We don't need you to do that anymore anyway, so it's fine.
Wow. Then why'd you point it out?
I don't know. I thought it'd be funny.
Wait, I got dance. Yay. There we go.
Wait, hang on. Oh, I see you now. Oh, wow. This kitchen is very, very eclectic. Oh. So what did the client actually ask for in this one, though, Luna? Like, did they want totally this vibe?
The main thing they asked for is they wanted something that used up almost the entire bottom floor. They realized, hey, like to have a lot of detail, we kind of have to sacrifice like using multiple floors. But they wanted to have a full house, and they wanted to make sure that it wasn't just like a full house stuffed in the very center of the large. They wanted to have that like try to use both sides of the main floor's wings, and basically make as much as you can with the floor space that we have on the ground floor of the large.
So it's basically like the bedroom wing, and then this over here is like the kitchen wing, and then like when you first walk in, you've got like the living room / entertainment area, right? No, that's a very neat idea to do, and I agree with you too. Like sometimes it's like why are you only using that one small space in that floor? It's like, well, I think for continuity reasons. I think a lot of times like clients are thinking, oh no, I want like a bedroom upstairs, I want this there. But then when they realize, wait a second, this could look so much more fluid and so much more together as a whole if you just have it all in one spot. And it definitely shows here, so that's awesome. Is there anything behind this room here? Is this just like a cheese storage? Blue cheese storage? Wait, what is this?
That's
That's
the
just to get.
the
Ah.
FV chambers, yeah.
Way to go. Way to just.
Break the immersion.
Yeah.
This is totally 70s, right? Yeah. Ah.
I like these walls that you
Yeah, I
use
like
with
this.
it though.
Is this
with
a
the
custom
pattern.
wallpaper, or is this like something you floated? These are the backs of the chairs, aren't they? I think. What is that? Oh, Luna.
That's the wallpaper, isn't it? From
It is?
Yeah, it's the
Uh,
serpent wallpaper.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought too. Oh, I overthought this. I thought these were the backs of like chairs, like you know those Glade chairs, or like the Glade.
No.
They look like them.
It does have that. It does have that flower. look
Yeah.
To it. Yeah.
I guess not everything has to be complicated, so.
does she have
Yeah. Oh
there
man.
an inspo pic for this one?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's like some pictures that I know Luna prepared for this one. Yeah, look at all those pics, and this is what she was kind of going for. Look at that 70s picture right on the bottom right there with the. Oh my God, it's got the GE General Electric. You guys know what that is? General Electric.
Yeah.
Looks like my old fridge and everything. Oh my goodness. Wow, like I'm looking at the fifth one, like the middle one there, Luna, at the very bottom. That one's like a modern house with the 70s look, though it looks like, with the pot lights. Like people are still going for that now.
Apparently so. I mean, that looked more like a it's probably a very unique design. I feel like that would be something that would be in like a Hollywood house.
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
imagine an average family of 5 having a house looking like that.
Yeah, it's the rich people's 70s.
Yeah, like none of it. Yeah, oh, man. Ah. What's
But the curved walls and architecture and the pot lights in the ceiling from that specific picture kind of inspired how the house flows and how the central ceiling looks in the living room.
wow?
So it's more abstract and just small elements that were taken from that. But
Right.
overall, you can tell that it was kind of a 70s vibe translated to another 70s vibe.
I just can't wait for the day where they actually give us actual good curved items that don't just like layer in properly. Like that will be the day where they do that. But right now everything's just kind of 90 degree. I really hope one of these days that they do make curved partitions and stuff. So yeah, man. Jeez. Now, is this kind of like one of the only builds I'd say that you did have like? Did someone ask for 70s, or did you have like other ones that you've done before as well?
I've had oh goodness, I've had so many different unique requests over the years, but this was the only 70s house that I did as a commission, and I only did a 70s house as a commission because I was permitted complete freedom of what style I selected with like a modern full house. So like I was very fortunate that I was very fortunate that they were giving me like creative freedom. That's something you don't always get. Like when you get it if you're doing a commission and you get creative freedom and they really mean it, go all out with what you want. Like it's not taking advantage. But you're taking advantage of that situation because you get to do exactly whatever you wanted to do had you had your own large house. Like I don't own a large house, but if I did, this is exactly what I would have wanted, and I had the opportunity to do that, and they like it too. So it was like a win-win for both of us.
Yeah, and then you get to do it like more than once too. Like even though you could just give it to me and I'll just do the best that I can. I'm sure they were very happy about that you went full out. So oh my goodness, but wow, maybe we gotta look at some 70s style, Laura. I'm sure we'd knock it out of the park like Luna, right?
Oh, like a 70s mystery where somebody's like dead in like a closet or something.
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
the doll
Yeah.
comes out, right? Peeking through the closet. Yeah.
Dommel detective.
Oh man.
The Dommel did it in the kitchen with the
Yes,
candlestick.
yes.
Just kidding. I like this. I like the record player though, in like the stereo.
The record player?
The speakers, I mean.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, what are the speakers made out of?
I didn't even notice that over there. Yeah, this whole little home theater system here.
It's the steel locker, and then it's those it's the indirect wall lights. The spotlights, yeah, they're just flipped around backwards.
Oh.
Wait.
They're just far enough away from the wall that it doesn't snap to the other side.
Oh. Oh, I didn't even think about. Okay, I never looked really at
Oh
the
yeah, look at that
bottom
right
of
there.
it.
See that little edge? You can see it right here.
Yeah.
Wow. It's awesome.
So
The
what you guys want to
turntable.
hear? It's just gonna, yeah, turntable. What?
Yeah.
We need a DJ up in here. Where's Noah?
Yeah, where's Noah? Yeah, where is Noah anyways?
Probably garden party.
Yeah, it's too busy garden partying. Not yet, it's not quite, but...
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, but like seriously, Sundays is busy for him, so...
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of what we did with the Alpine lights, right? In our Hacking Tide build, the Easter build that we did.
Yeah, while it was still around.
Yeah, not anymore. But yeah, Alaura, did you want to say anything about this build? Like, what did you like?
I like the smoking. There you go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Are you?
That's definitely,
No,
definitely revenue.
Yeah, I remember you showing me this actually. Like, you told me about it and like invited me over. So I remember coming over here. Like, that was some time ago though.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was funny. It's like, oh my gosh, yes, these colors.
Oh my
And
goodness.
it's just cool how like you did the lines and everything. And like, they're just so smooth. Like connecting.
Yeah, up here, this little like light area here is really awesome. Where you put like the factory railings together to that kind of accented look at the top here. That's neat.
Those are not factory.
What are those then?
Those are windows.
Oh!
Yeah.
I see now. I didn't notice that.
Well, obviously. I'm sorry.
It would have been more obvious during the day, but
Yeah.
it's the evening,
Yeah.
so-
Oh, because the light would have been shining in. Yeah. True. True.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. No, I see them now. The
Windows.
texture more up close. So
Yeah.
yeah. Okay.
I do appreciate that you appreciated the detail, regardless of which item was used to create that. So.
Oh wow, that sounds so much better than me like laughing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it does.
I'm so sorry. It's just like it's not rusty at all. So
Yeah. Yeah, I just saw the lines. That's why, and I was like, oh my god, it looks like the railings there. Well, I think the reason why I thought of that is because I've built a lot of like more of those rustic builds, and with like the train that I did, or
Yeah.
like the near builds that I do, I
Right.
usually use that. So I'm like, oh my god, it looks like the railing there. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
that's cool that you use that up there. We're like, wait a second, no, those are the imitation lights. And I'm like, oh, okay, I see now.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're all good. Oh wow. But yeah, I guess we
So-
can.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what were we gonna say, Laura?
So why that color for like that window though? Is it just to like kind of like mimic this?
Yeah, I selected the cork brown just to kind of pull in what,
This-
yeah,
what this
pull
one
in
is.
that,
Okay.
and then it also kind of goes a little bit with, like, if you had to pick another couple colors to go with that, the reddish brown, orange, and yellow, then the cork brown would have been like the fourth color that you would have selected, right? So that's kind of
Right.
why I picked that to kind of pull it in.
Okay.
And also the cork brown is technically what the ceiling is as well. You just can't really tell because it's more in the shadow.
Oh, that's right. So it makes it a little bit darker looking than.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
Man, we
What do you-
need like a 70s kind of chandelier kind of thing.
Yeah, like why isn't there one? I know you had to use the float of the fountain up there, but like, I wish there were more like chandeliers, but I guess it is a fantasy game after all, right? They got to make all the Beast Tribe chandeliers and stuff like that. So
I would say
Society Tribe.
I would say if there was any of them that looked even remotely similar to what would be something in the 70s, it would be the Hive and the Deep Hive ceiling fans.
Oh.
But those things are kind of, they're like, I would want to just have the shell of the body and then cover up the actual like fan blades that would be moving.
yeah, because they're too like tribally, yeah.
Yeah, but just that shell body would probably look really good as like a semi-stained glass.
I think it's very vintagey. Yeah, it's got like the little cage to look. Yeah. Oh wow. Well, yeah. I guess we can move on to our next one here. Still on Excalibur, still in the lavender beds, guys. Yeah, let's just head on out here.
Whee! Using the autumn like trees too for the orange. Okay.
Alright, let's head on over to the next one. Film Noir Jazz Lounge. An underground jazz club on Excalibur Lavender Beds, Ward 2, Plot 42. Okay, let's head on over there.
Where do I go again?
Wait.
Oh, and with the shallows to get to the...
Oh, I just teleport right to the crystal and then Yeah, I already told you that, right? It's just a lot easier.
What?
I teleport right to the Gridania crystal and then just go right to the ward.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just faster. I can't wait for this jazz one. I think I saw like Luna had a BID for this, didn't she? Like a while ago, I believe.
Yeah, I remember posting it. So,
Yeah.
I
think that was before I even knew who Luna was. So.
How dare you?
Yeah, I didn't know her like you did. I wasn't around for like years and years.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
Me and Alaura go way back.
Yeah, way back.
Way back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was way more active. Wee.
Oh, wow.
Alright, I'm catching up. Alright.
Oh, you beat me. Wee.
Oh, wow.
So French. Wee.
Oh, this yard here is
Oh, yeah.
very nice. Let me just take this down. Wow. Was this also planned as well, Luna? Having like the lights kind of lead up to the place here?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, look at that outfit. Look at her glam, guys. Very jazzy. I used to do jazz for dance, so I appreciate this a lot. And I'm super, super into music, too. Oh, wow. Wait, Alaura, you're inside already, aren't you?
I am.
Alright, let's head on in.
The arrow is so cool. I remember this when you did that. That was like a huge thing.
my
Like everybody was like,
God.
"What?"
Wow.
Blinking arrow.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, the music's on point, too. I wish there was more jazzy orchestrion, seriously, like this, you know? But, tell us
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, tell us a bit about this one, yeah.
Okay, so this one is effectively it's an underground jazz lounge. It's a small, so of course, as we all know, with smalls, they're extremely difficult to work with. You either stick with the main floor, try to do a split 2 floor, or put pretty much everything in the basement. So that's what I opted with. So effectively, this is just like kind of like a dark alley that leads into the underground entrance to the jazz club.
Right. Yeah, I like the lighting here.
What's the Moogle for?
Oh, whoa.
the client requested that it be included, so
Okay.
I included it. I just didn't put it on the main stage.
I love how you said that. Well, the client requested and I just did it, so it's a non-negotiable, I guess.
It's just
I mean,
like a
to
jump
be fair,
scare.
To be fair, the client was actually it's my in-game bestie and twin, Ash. Hi,
Right.
Ash. Shout out.
Hello, Ash.
But it was something that he requested
Right.
be in the house. So
Okay. Well, I like
Oh, this
Moogles,
is your-
so it's awesome.
Famous piano.
Ooh, I love these stairs leading down here. Ooh. Oh my god, this is so awesome.
thank you.
Yeah, I love music. Like, I've been a musician my whole life, like playing piano, violin, guitar, you name it, everything. Wow. This is so cool. You got like the little lounge area here. You got the little like sidebar area here. Oh my goodness. Wow, you even
I
have the
really-
orchestrion to match like the old school orchestrion, the jazz orchestrion.
Yes.
Wow.
There's a few. I couldn't name them off the top of my head, but there's a few orchestrions that I selected specifically for this build, and they all have that jazzy vibe to it.
Wow.
I can give you a list after the stream of which ones I used if you're
Oh,
interested.
no, totally, for sure. That's, oh my goodness. But I really like the pockets of lighting you use with this lantern here. Like on the tables and stuff. That's exactly what I would imagine it being in real life as well. Very like moody, very like dark, but it's still warm and cozy. These little pockets of coziness here. Oh, that's amazing. And
Yeah.
the brick accent really adds that old school retro slash kind of like, you know, re-industrialized look that you see often in those places. Wow. Wow, I'm fully immersed in this one. And I'm not dressed appropriately. At least Alaura, she's got like the concert mistress uniform, right? And then you've got the whole jazz look going on, and then the bartender's all suited up, and I'm just like, oh, I'm just in casual clothes, you know, whatever.
Yeah, my feet
Yeah.
can't touch the pedals, but you better come over and look at this piano. That was like one of her famous BIDs.
Yeah, I saw that post for that. Like, seriously, like, Luna, this is absolutely insane. Look at this piano, guys. Like, oh my goodness.
That was-
And oh wow.
That was probably I would say probably my all-time best break it down.
Like your magnum opus of break it downs, you're saying?
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
I could top. I cannot top that break it down that I did, because I did a full explosion diagram style.
Right.
Kind of taken from my engineering background, and I wanted
Oh,
to show, hey, instead of
you're an
just having
engineer. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
yeah.
awesome. My father was an engineer as well, a mechanical engineer. So
Yeah, and I think that's probably why some of the stuff is a little bit more technical with my builds, where I pull in the artistic design elements and then the mechanical design elements.
right. Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna link Luna's status here that has that break it down. Holy Jesus. Oh wow. Oh, and that was like a few years. That was a couple of years ago too. This is back in posted says July 28th, 2023 that you made this one. Wow.
Yes.
Jeez. I mean, it came out amazing. Like look how many
Yeah.
items she used. She used Manor music stool, wooden showcase, marimbas, floating kitchen cabinet, the log bench, the portrait, the dog portrait.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's just amazing though. It's like it looks so real and
I
everything.
know.
So.
And the pedals and everything too. Like not
Yeah.
just the keys. Wow.
that we can't reach.
That we can't reach, yeah. It's
Are
okay.
you gonna go? You can reach them. Like you just go down there, and I'll just stay up here and play.
If I should just like somehow go down here and just use my like
No, just yeah.
yeah.
Just crawl under there. It'll be fine.
And I'll just use my hands to like press them right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
I'll just like I guess I'll just step on you. I'll be like in the middle, so you know they like hit the middle.
Yeah, you like tap me, like step on me under my back, and I'll just tap it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm wearing heels. It might hurt a little bit, but it'll be fine.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, we are all crazy, so man.
I'm normal. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're normal in your world, so I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Wow.
So you said like this is a personal project, like for your in-game bestie, right? I mean, is he kind of
that
like
was-
super into the music as well, then? I guess, or
Yes, absolutely. He's a huge music nerd. Also, just like a wealth of knowledge of a little bit of everything. Pop culture references, video game lore and knowledge, music. If I need to pick an orchestrion role and I'm not sure, I'll hit him up and he will help me figure out exactly what would go well in a build.
oh my goodness, he's
It's,
like your Alaura, because Alaura like kind of helps people out too with their orchestrions.
Yeah. So it's this was the build that I put together so that it kind of commemorated I would say generally commemorated our friendship, but also I wanted to have I've always kind of wanted to do like a jazzy style underground. I love that dusty like old smoky bar vibe. The original build that he had was more like a synthwave 80s club that I had designed for him.
Right.
And we wanted to continue with like a type of club, right? Like a venue of sorts to have. But I wanted to go for something a little bit more classic and classy, and something that would stand the test of time. So this is just kind of what I came up with, and I can't think I would ever want to change it. It's exactly the way that I imagined it when I put it together, and it's I think at this point it's 2 years old. Yeah. So like there's probably a couple items I could bring in and switch it up, but I won't change it until it gets just completely taken.
Yeah, I wouldn't even want to touch it either, Luna. I feel very similarly to this. Like, oh my goodness, it's so good. Like, oh my god. Like, this literally looks like an in real life jazz club that I would actually walk into and be like, oh my goodness, I can't wait to come back here. And it just seems like a place where you just like a little like get together, a little like hangout area with like you and a couple close friends kind of thing. Just, I can imagine many memories being made here, so yeah, wow.
Like murder.
Oh my god. Yeah, I guess they just cleaned it up really well though with the wood, right? They just see it through the floorboard, so
Yeah, just put like hide the body over here.
yeah. Oh man.
Just kidding.
And I love how you put this little message book here, kind of like the guests are signing the book. Like, kind of like, yeah, like in the lounge area, yeah. This is amazing. Sorry, we're not more descriptive than that, Luna. We put this in every build that we visit. This is amazing.
Oh, I still appreciate it.
But this is amazing, though. It really is. And like I said, I think all of you music lovers out there, definitely come check this build out. Wow. Now, are there any RP events that your friend does here, or is this just purely for personal appeal for himself to like kind of reflect on?
Just for personal use. I mean, folks definitely come and visit, like especially folks from RFC or
Right.
just other folks that come to visit for because they saw the build posted. It's all not all, but most of my personal builds that I've ever put up, personal or for friends, they're all just open for the public.
Okay.
So folks can come and check it out, do screenshots.
That's awesome. Do you have like a tag that people can use for screenshots now that you bring that up?
No. Nope.
Okay.
I've
That's
never.
right.
I've never. I really don't do the. I don't Twitter very much. I just don't do it very much. I will post some of my builds every once in a while, but I've never really gone too deep into like social networking.
Okay. That is good though, because it can be hard, because you get into comparisons a lot too, right? And
Yeah.
you should be doing it because you love doing the housing. So, man, this is absolutely insane.
Yeah, then you get told like what you should put and blah blah blah.
Wait, people tell you that? Really? Like in posts and stuff? Or...
Yeah?
Really?
You do.
Okay, yeah, I do, because I work with you, but I mean, like, I thought random people were like, oh, why didn't you put that cabinet there, or something, you know?
No.
Yeah. Wow. This reminds me of... Oh, what were you gonna say, Luna? Sorry.
I was just gonna say our harshest critics usually are ourselves or sometimes our closest friends.
Oh yeah, definitely our closest friends. I was just gonna say this little like semi-oval, like half-circle sitting area just reminds me. Does it give you Titanic vibes, or is it just me? I don't know. It's like awesome though with the lampshades and everything. It's just very like bougie, like very jazz bougie. I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but I don't know. It's just a lot of things pop into my head when I see this, and I'm just like, oh god, this is amazing. The lighting absolutely is killer here. Wow.
And then there's Fluffy.
He's just on the table with us.
Yeah.
Oh man.
You can't help it. There's wine right there.
I'm surprised. Oh, I'm surprised he hasn't drinking it. Well, I guess maybe he did. Oh man. Is there anything else you want to kind of shout out about this build before we move on to the next one, Luna?
Yeah, actually, I would like to shout out to Noko. He helped me put this build together. I won't get into the details, but effectively, my friend lost the house, and I was able to relocate one of my small alt FCs over to this house, and we were able to together recreate the build. So technically, this is not the original, but it is pretty much a one-to-one recreation of the original house that sat on this plot. So there was a lot of sweating bullets, but I was able to win the plot back. Otherwise, I would have just relocated the build somewhere else.
Oh my god, I can see why you want to touch this masterpiece. This is literally blood, sweat, and tears put into this.
Yes.
Wow.
So I did want to say thanks, Noko, for helping me out with figuring out how to get the reconstruction done.
Noko, if you're still here, Luna says thank you.
He probably went to sleep.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe. It is quite late for him, so. Wow. But yeah, let's move on to the next one then. This is absolutely amazing. This one. Wow.
This is what we put.
Oh, this next one I'm very, very excited for. Project Mayhem. If you guys know the movie Fight Club, one of my favorite movies. Ooh. Oof. Let's bring that build photo up. Ooh, I am looking forward to this one. I saw this one way back before I knew who you were. Because I'm very relatively new in this scene. Like I think this is my second year into it, or the third year now, but yeah. Ooh. I remember when I saw this build on X, I was like, oh my goodness, like I have to go visit, but oh my goodness. So this one's on Excalibur Goblet War 20 plot 42, sorry. Alright.
Haha, I beat you, Luna. Yeah.
Just barely. Only because you have the zoomies.
Whee!
Were you always a Hura, Luna, or were you like other races before this?
This is my original character from 1.0. The only thing I changed on her, I have done a Fantasia, but the only thing I changed on her was I changed her height to a little bit taller, made her boobs bigger, of course, and I've changed her hairstyle since 1.0. But this hairstyle that I have is pretty much all I ever keep on my character. That's just the one that I find looks
It's
the
you,
best.
yeah.
Yeah, it's also the one that Ash has. That's actually how we met in game, where we looked at each other and went, "Oh my god,
Oh my
have
god, you're me.
we look like we yeah, we look like we have the same character."
Oh my
And I met
goodness.
him all the way back in 2.0. So
Oh my god, so you both of you guys have been playing for years and years and years then. Oh, jeez.
yes,
That's
yeah.
amazing. Wow, I love this. This is very Gotham Arkham Asylum kind of look out here. Wow. I like that architecture, like the kind of like New York cemetery architecture. I don't know how else to explain that, but I just remember like
Yeah.
those gates when you walk in, right? Arkham Asylum. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
I tried to make it look like
Oh,
kind of like either a bank or another style of like corporate building that would
Right.
be in Goblet.
And look,
So-
you got the little bench over on this here too, right? This is yours that you put up right outside.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It completely, totally looks like some like goblet, like magistrate's house or like a courthouse or something, right? That's amazing. And then you got the awesome glam as well to match. Ooh, that's good glam.
Yeah.
What?
We get the reference.
No, I'm just impressed because like I'm really bad at glam, so.
What? But you like doing glams.
Me?
A little bit, yeah.
I used to like it. Well, yeah, kind of, but I guess Lala's is different, so. Yeah. But yeah, anyways, let's hop right in.
Wee. Ah.
Oh my goodness.
Look, it's my parents.
Oh my god. Reminds me of Thomas and Martha Wayne here. Oh my god.
I kind of fit in with them though. Look.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, totally red and black, right?
Well, I mean the shirt.
Oh yeah, with the same shirt. Yeah, I didn't notice that
Yeah.
there. Oh my god, Luna, this is absolutely spectacular. I'm speechless right now.
Well, while you're speechless, I'll tell everyone a little bit about
Okay.
this build. So this was a personal project. This was inspired by my what I'm going to call an enlightenment period, where I actually left a corporate work environment that I felt was kind of toxic. So I quit my engineering job. I wanted to move away from the habituated and internalized consumerism and capitalism, and basically blow up my intellectualized defense mechanisms and subconscious catering to the patriarchy. I know that sounds like a lot, but
It's not.
I really could just say it was like my early midlife crisis of just trying to figure myself out. Anyone who's seen Fight Club knows that movie's pure chaos, but the main character, or who's called the narrator, he kind of basically has a mental breakdown and is trying to figure out himself and figure out why life sucks and why he's making himself realize that life sucks. And of course, the movie itself is more of a parody of how extreme things can get. Like, it's not something to be taken literally. It's not like some manifesto that people need to follow. But it really does ring true of like how heavy we can go into our maladaptive coping mechanisms of buying shit to try to fill the hole.
Oh my
and that hole is
God.
really just, feeling burnout at work and feeling like you're always putting on a mask and trying
Luna,
to
I have to
that
cut
you're
you off
not.
here. This symbolism on these mannequins is insane. Exactly what you described, putting on the mask.
Yes.
It's like V for Vendetta, right? Nobody really knows what's going on. They're just here for the whole.
Yeah.
This is like just everything about it, the glam and everything. It's just like, oh, I should be this, but I'm really not because my life is actually devoid of meaning. I'm just like the guy's like, I'm just working in corporate, and yeah, we're totally happy, right? But I love how it's like all black and white, just symbolizing how devoid of emotion they actually are in like this whole universe of I gotta be the richest, I gotta be like fit in, I have to go to these rich parties, I have to, but they're not actually happy on the inside. That's so crazy. I it's not a lot, like what you said earlier. I really, really love lore pieces, and this is definitely one of my favorite movies of all time. Edward Norton did an amazing job
Yes.
as that
Yeah.
depressed man, and I just really love the existential pieces, because that really is what drives people forward or backwards. Like, it's how you look at things and how you want to carry yourself through life. You can either keep beating yourself down and eventually quit, or you can use that pain and everything that you've learned and propel you forward. And yeah, it's just very meaningful. It's just wow. And the whole music fits this as well. It's a very, very, very picturesque moment. I think a lot of people can relate to this one now that you've kind of told the whole story behind it. Like, I'm very, very interested in the lore, and oh my goodness. Just, wow. Just when I thought I couldn't be impressed even more, I am absolutely impressed with this one as well, Luna, seriously. Wow.
On a lighter note, Fight Club is also just a meme for running submarines. So this place kind of has a double meaning, right?
Right.
So.
But I think that's the beauty of life, though, the juxtaposition. Like, having, like, it doesn't have to always be sad and gloomy. There are positives out there as well. So,
Yeah.
wow.
So what did you use for like the white bits?
Yeah, what did you use here, Luna, for these in the buildings?
Okay, so the little vertical ones on the far left are the jars.
Oh, okay, the glass jars.
Yes, and then the center and the ones on the left are it's the Hegan open shelf, but the rounded piece it's not perfectly rounded. It's kind of more like an oval shape on the radius. So depending on where you turn it, you can show a little bit more or less of that radius.
Oh,
Of that
wow.
edge, yeah.
I see
So it's
that
just
now.
barely sticking out. Yeah, if you look at the center and like look down, you can see it's ever so slightly off center.
Oh, right there. I see that. It's off-centered here. It's kind of
It's the
going in a bit.
Higgin.
Wow.
It's the Hegan open. I think it's open shelf. Hegan open shelf.
Oh,
shelf.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the one with the 3 shelves.
Look
Yes.
at that, guys.
Yes.
Each and every one of these are off-centered by a very, very slim margin here. Oh my goodness. And you would not even notice that when you look at it like straightforward. It just looks like it's all... Wow. I'm in love with this. Like, I love cityscapes, so this is wow. It reminds me of Amrod in a way. I think that's what they were going for too with the story lore. Like, having that existential question, like, are we really happy or are we really not? Is this really the best thing? Wow. Jeez.
What's in the box?
Yeah, what is this box anyways? These boxes here, are these just kind of like office boxes or what? Here.
Well, I took a screen of the end of the movie and kind of looked at like what the view looked like, and they had like a little cart on the bottom right hand corner of the still. So I tried to find something like a pile of boxes that looked similar to that. So from like an immersion standpoint, all this is just cluttered. But
Yeah.
if you look at it from straight on and you compare it to what the straight on still looks like from the movie, it kind of matches.
Right. Oh, sorry, Nico, I missed that completely. She said, Hingen open shelf bookcase. And oh, thank you, Nico, as well for following earlier before the stream. I saw that there. I forgot to mention that. So another Luna friend of yours, right, Luna, you were saying?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the Luna from before, from the first house, right?
Yeah.
Nope, that's a different Luna. This
Oh!
yeah.
Oops. There's too many.
There's too many Lunas, but this
I'm
is
sorry.
this is one of your favorite Lunas then, I guess, so.
There's
Sorry, other Luna.
I would say she is my favorite Luna for sure.
Oh.
For sure.
Aw.
Aww. So sweet. Is there a comparison picture about like...
Yeah, there is
this one?
comparison pics here. Let me just bring that up here. Let's see. Oh, whoop, that's not the one. Here we go. Ooh, look at that, guys. Oh. That is like almost the same. Like it's almost like the closest comparison that I can think of. Wow. So why this scene though, Luna? Why this one in particular? Like why not any of the other scenes in the movie that are so influential?
Well, one, it's the very end of the movie. It's where everything kind of comes figuratively and literally crashing down on him.
Yeah, like me.
And I also felt that it was a really good, like I wanted to have like an industrial, I wanted to do one of those like industrial warehouse styles, and I felt that the end scene, aside from literally all of the other meaning behind it and the fact that it's the end scene, I was able to create an immersive scene fully around what that looked like in there. Like I was able to almost fully replicate the vibe and feeling behind it. Whereas, sure, I could have had a fight ring, I could have had, you know, them in the house making soap, I could have had so many different other things, but I chose this mostly because I could actually replicate that, but then also it's the very end of the movie. That's just, it's the punch at the end of the movie that really makes you stop and go, oh shit. Like, yeah, so.
Oh my god. No, I totally agree. Like this would have been my first thought as well, for the whole, like kind of encapsulating the whole theme of the movie. Oh my goodness. Have you guys all watched Fight Club? Like if you guys haven't watched Fight Club, I highly recommend watching it. It's a bit of an older movie, I think, what, 97, 98, somewhere around there, right? But yeah, like it still applies to this day. Like those life lessons, like it's always gonna apply, and like I just really think like watching it would just kind of open your eyes to a lot of the things that kind of what you're doing, and hopefully propel you forward to make a better decisions for yourself. This is wow.
I like to make poor life choices for myself.
But that's how you learn, right? So
Yeah.
it's just it's very relatable. Oh, man. I'm still like so stunned because I don't even know like how, like I'm speechless because I don't know like how you think of all these things. Like it's just I don't think that's a fair question to ask you because it's hard to explain, oh, how do I think of this? But like I guess like to me it's like, why is lore so important to you? Because I know other designers who I've spoken with, who I've had on the show, lore doesn't really matter too much. But why does it matter to you so much? Like, can you kind of tell me a bit about maybe like some like life story or something like to make you like feel this way?
Okay. Well, that's an open-ended question, and I really like that. So, one, I could start off with, I am probably the most lore-friendly, non-RP playing character in the game. So, like, I do not RP my character. I just play. I'm just a person that just drives the character around and, you know, hits shit with a stick. Like, I don't RP as my character at all.
Yeah.
But when it comes to designing immersive experiences, especially for folks that do like to RP, but even just folks that like to have a nice aesthetic space, it's like I'm RPing as a designer, even though I am a designer. I really immerse myself into the environment that I'm trying to design. So when I'm pulling in lore, whether it's generated or just like pulled from inspiration, it's all narrative based. We're narrative creatures. We derive and apply meaning to our lives and to our experiences and our emotions with literal words, with story. We tell ourselves stories when we're upset that perpetuates why we're upset. We tell ourselves stories to make ourselves feel better. We used to tell each other stories to pass on history and knowledge. So lore is embedded and embodied into literally everything that we do. We just call it lore when it's a, fictional story, but we have lore in our life too. If I ask you about your life story and you tell me, you're telling me your personal lore. That's all that is. So when I immerse myself into a design, I am telling a story. So I lean heavily on the lore, whether it's generated or pulled from inspiration, to tell that story. And that's why the builds that I create are so immersive, because it's a living, breathing story. And there's like little things off to the side, like little clutter, little things that can tell a story. Sometimes it just looks aesthetically pleasing and it just complements the overall story, but sometimes it has its own story in and of itself. It's just whether or not people know that.
That is absolutely such an eloquent explanation, and I'm very happy that you rose to the challenge for that open-ended question, because that's kind of what I think everyone's almost thinking too, where it's like, where do I see myself in this game? How do I see myself in this game? How do I want to present myself in this game? What legacy do I want to leave in this game? And it's like really inspiring and to know that someone else feels the same way, because like with my builds, like I don't really build anymore too much really. Like I've had a lot of older builds that I've done, and they are very lore centric and very lore heavy, because I do want to tell that story, have that emotion behind it, have the right orchestrion for it, have the right lighting for it. And yeah, I'm just really happy that you can do it in so many styles and just vividly and very accurately represent those feelings so well. Like it literally, it feels like that Fight Club end scene here, and it just like all that it encapsulates, just everything to the little like mask pieces, what they're wearing, how it's raining, how it's not quite, you know. Oh my god, I'm just having like a million like brain explosions right now, just like thinking about how much it ties into the actual story, but then also how it ties into like how you view yourself as a designer as well.
Yeah, that's
my goodness.
that is the, I'm glad that it's hitting the way that it's hitting. It's hitting on so many dimensions that you really don't have words to describe what it is, because you're immersed in the story.
Oh,
you're
man.
immersed in the meaning.
It's awesome. No, I'm loving this. The reason why I put that hashtag there, a living, breathing story, is because actually I forgot to mention this before, Luna, but for every housing talk guest that we've had on the show, we've made a personal hashtag as a reward, like a redeem on our stream, to remember them for being on the show. So I put hashtag a living, breathing story because I think that's a very powerful sentiment that you said that really stuck out to me. But if you want to think of another one kind of a bit later on, or kind of tell me towards the end, it's usually off of a joke or something that means a lot to you that we include as a redeem, and then in future streams, like anyone will be able to use that kind of just to kind of remember that you were on the show, Luna. So yeah. Oh man,
Cool, I dig it. I like a living, breathing story.
I like it too.
If we get something that tops that, I guess we can replace it. But
Yeah,
I think
it's pretty
that's
damn good. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Is there anything more that you want to say about this one? Is there any like kind of challenges that you face? I see like, oh my god, just even the ceiling, the slight accents, everything. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple things I want to point out just from like a designer standpoint.
Yeah.
I kind of did this like open rafter ceiling, so it looks like it's like partially under construction.
Oh.
Yeah, what's that made out of?
Yeah, what is that?
That's the bottom of, oh shoot, it's the
Something.
it's well, it is something. It's that hammock. It's the little hammock.
Oh,
Oh,
right.
okay.
Oh
I just can't
wow.
remember the name of it, but yeah, it's the hammock.
Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
Just in a gray color, so it kind of
Yeah, it just blends into the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I just did some tarps off to the side. The other thing I did that I'm glad carried over, some things look different when we had the graphics update, but I have basically have unfinished drywall over here as well.
Oh my
And I know it's just a wall, but it
No way, I love this. It's not just a wall. Everything means something. This is crazy. This is how I build too. Like every little bit means something. It's not like coincidental.
That is true. That is how he builds.
Yeah. Oh my
A
god.
lot of lore. But yeah, it's kind of cool how it's like very but it's like not direct lines, like it's just kind of
It's like shabby work, right? Which is how it's supposed to be, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's the back of the Doman Enclave map. So it has Yeah, it has like a
What?
ragged edge. It's ragged edge, and it has that gray color. So
I
That's
didn't know it had a gray color.
yeah.
That's funny.
Oh man, take notes, guys. Seriously, like if you don't already have a pen and paper out with what Luna's given us, oh my goodness, that's crazy.
Trade secrets.
Yeah, trade secrets
source.
right here.
And the only other thing that I thought was kind of cool that I just really enjoyed doing, the front door itself, and then also
Yeah.
the whiteboard. I was really proud of the whiteboard.
I like the bar here. Yeah,
It's to keep people out.
door bar. Well, no, it's like you push it, so you know it opens.
Actually, no, that is like a push thing too. But Luna, I have a question for you about that door bar though. Is that kind of like a representation of kind of being trapped in your own mind?
It
No,
can
but
be, right?
I mean, I'm sure it can be.
I guess it is now.
I just wanted to have a door that looks like one of those like push doors that brings you into, you know, the stairwell at an industrial building.
Like what Alaura was saying, yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, we could say we're trapped in one's own
Yeah, we'll
mind.
see that.
Wait,
Thank
are
you.
you saying trapped because like I don't push doors open sometimes?
No.
You gotta push instead of pull, Alaura.
I got
You gotta push
well,
more,
I
not
know
pull.
that, but I sometimes like am bad at.
You're
Just
bad
give up,
opening
'cause-
doors. Wait, hang on. Is this a totally
Yeah.
different stream right now?
Uh,
Door
No,
opening.
I told you that before.
No, I know, but
Like I thought it was closed, and this like
oh
other
yeah,
people
you
come
told me
behind
that.
me.
The restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, the restaurant must be closed. And then someone opened the door from behind her. It's like, oh, I guess the restaurant's open. That's great. Oh man.
Weakling, where?
There's one thing I want to point out before we kind of move on to the next one, but it's, you know how you said there was the unfinished rafters, but then I'm thinking also with like the tarp as well. Like that really just like hits like another kind of thing too. It's like it's never the end of the story for people. It's like even if you make like all the wrong choices or like the supposedly wrong choices and you negatively affect other people, like you can always come back from it because life is all about building, and you just as much as you lose relationships, you can rebuild new ones, and it's always going to be a work in progress. So I think that's what you're kind of hitting on too, that it's always like you're always working towards something. So
yeah.
jeez.
Like life is a work in progress. You know.
Yeah.
Or a box of chocolates.
Forrest Gump.
That's where you're gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm hiding in the tarp.
You're hiding in the tarp? Oh my god, that's really scary actually. If I turned it and I saw that, I think it would be like the Grudge 4, you know? Oh my god, even the sneer, that is so... I think we should run out of here and move on to the next one.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, let's just head out before we die. Alright, where's this next one here? Yeah, sorry about not seeing those Discord comments earlier, like you two. Like I've had trouble like switching back and forth between the two. So
It's
I'm glad
okay.
you mentioned
I
them.
call it out to you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's just oh, this next one. Oh my goodness. Let me just bring the this one's called The Proto-Allegan Spaceship, a dark sci-fi 14 pseudo-lore. This next one's going to be on Excalibur Goblet War 25 Plot 30, and like I said again, guys, like all of these builds, as Luna mentioned as well, these are all open to the public, so if you'd like to come on over, then
Splash screen.
there it is, and let's head on over there.
Where am I going?
Goblet War 25 Plot 30, right?
Yeah, I meant like to get to the dude that I need to see to change wards.
See, that's why I go to the crystal. It's just so much easier. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Well,
So I
you
guess I'm
know,
not the only
I like
one
to
then.
make life difficult for myself, okay? Golly.
Makes the game worth playing, right?
Wow. It's just how I am, okay?
Ooh. And before we even walk into this build, I'm just gonna... Wait, Alaura, are you on your way or are you here?
I'm right here. I'm right behind you. My gosh.
Wow, you're last for once. Alright, let's just bring that down. Ooh, this is the large... Ooh, wow, Luna again. Oh, that's the new Star Trek uniform. I mean, Star Wars uniform. Wow.
She makes it look somewhat good, but
Speaking of this, like, have you been doing a lot of cosmic exploration, Luna?
Actually, I have not touched it yet.
oh my gosh.
Wait,
that's
how
all
did you
we
get
do
this outfit?
now.
Did you buy it off the market board?
I did. I bought the chest and the boots off the market board this morning so that I could be prepared. I had a different one prepared, and then I went and saw it, and I was like, oh, I didn't realize that outfit was on the market board. So I spent a few gil and got it.
A few.
How much was it?
It
Let's put you on the
was
spot.
on Excalibur. The chest piece was like I think 800,000, but I went to Leviathan and it was half that. So
That's
it was
not
like
too bad.
43.
400 is still not that bad to me, considering it's a very new item. Like, I thought it'd be way more than that, considering. So, yeah.
Yeah, the stuff like that, when a lot of people are doing it, the prices get driven down pretty quickly.
Right.
Right. Oh my goodness.
Why the Cosmo table's only 20,000 in Bismarck.
Oh my god. Yeah, Bismarck usually has crazy like things. It's probably way cheaper over here. It's probably like under 10,000. Who knows? But yeah.
2 cents. 2 pennies.
2 pennies.
2 gil.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just kidding.
This is awesome. Then we got the little like level 100 level 100 mannequin, or not mannequin, battle mannequin, right? Yeah.
Got the turret system. I'm gonna like.
Oh my god, you're gonna launch into space, so we don't see you
No,
again.
I'm just. Wow, no, you would like that too much. So no, I'm just gonna like kill some peoples.
Oh my god, this is so good. Is this the turret that I gave you, Alaura, or is this something else completely?
No, this is the turret you gave me.
Okay, because I never saw it. I just thought I'd give it to you because like you do more with the turret than I did. So.
Oh, is that the only? Wow, thanks. I'm kidding. Yeah, I just didn't put it up yet because it kind of doesn't go with like Pirates theme.
Well, it can,
But
I guess.
I will
No.
Yeah, I will use it though.
Yeah.
Don't you worry, none.
Oh, is this kind of like the energized thing, Luna, right here?
Blue.
It's like glowing blue. This blue flame
Yeah,
under here.
It's intended to be kind of like a ceruleum, something or other. Yeah.
Right. I
Because
thought.
You're getting killed. That's what's happening.
Yeah, a lot of times, like either in Garlemald or even in some of the newer areas where you'll see like there's a little bit of ceruleum that's burning,
Right.
and it always burns blue.
Right.
So that's just kind of trying to bring in a little bit of ambiance outside. There's really not much we can do, but what I could do, I tried.
Well, you did it very well. So I just never seen someone do that before. So that's really cool. Wow. This is awesome.
Aw, wish this thing actually worked where it propel you forward.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
like
that'd
an
be
escalator.
awesome. Yeah, like those the airport escalators, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
going
yeah.
right to the
Yeah.
front there.
Yeah.
All right, let's head on inside. Wow.
I gotta go up. It
Oh.
beamed me up. Look at you peons from below.
Energize, and the Laura went up to the top of the build. Okay,
Well,
let me
of course,
change
if I
mine
get
actually. Let me change my glam for this. Oh my god, hearing that la la laugh from like literally like the above the ceiling is just very creepy. Oh, I love this, Luna. How you put the little is that that's not the Ixion thing. What is that? That's the wing, right? From Rubricante, right? Is that the fire wing behind it? I don't know. Where the message book is.
Oh, yes, that new thingy.
Yeah.
It's the I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
It's
The thingy.
Yeah, it's the thingy. It's a thingy
Yeah.
that's like, mounted on a wall mounting thing, and then it glowies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
Over frame.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that one.
Okay.
Duh.
Perfect. Yeah.
I can't believe you didn't figure that one out.
Well, you didn't know what it was either, Laura. So.
Shush. Sure I did. Oh yeah, I remember this one. It looks so cool. I was so jealous.
Oh wow, you got the generator. Oh my goodness. Wow. Using that lamp, the Leviathan lamp, right? Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, Fluffy, what are you doing up there?
This is
So
totally
this is
proto-Allegan. What were we saying, Luna? Sorry?
This is the reactor room. So the concept behind this build was, like the first Allegan starship or spaceship. It's ether powered, of course. So this is what Alaura's standing on right now. That's the ether reactor, and of course this is like a little control area. And then there's also like a giant capacitor for whatever reason. We'll just leave that up to lore interpretation. There's a giant capacitor there that converts and stores the energy and then powers the ship.
Wow. Now, does this lore have anything to do with the Coils of Bahamut lore, if you ever did that raid?
No, that's why I kind of called it a pseudo lore. It's literally just the very, very base lore is that the Allegans were the first ones to start using ether for like power generation. So I just kind of took just that base concept and then went with it and went, oh, I want a starship. So let's make it Allegan style. And I went Allegan style because a lot of folks that do the spaceships, they keep it more like light and airy. So they use like a lot of light grays, more bold contrast, and keep it more like chic sci-fi. And I wanted to go dark sci-fi. So that's kind of why
I like dark sci-fi as well. It just tells like another story, another tale. Oh wow. I even like how intricate you make even with these little the queen's dress behind it, to make it like those like cryptic like alien kind of coding that you'd see in those sci-fi movies as well, right? Just having to kind of pour down. It's very, you don't know what kind of language that is. You don't know what time period the ship is from. It's like, I feel like this is a spaceship where like kind of humans like ourselves just randomly bump into. Like they're like, oh, what's this floating space vessel here that's just all empty and dark, and you walk in and you're like, oh, what do these alien codes mean? And it's just wow, and everything that the power's still on, and almost like right out of like a movie from like Alien or Predator, almost. I feel like this is like, it alludes to that a bit, but also like you said with the Bahamut Allegan lore, with the Allegan symbolism in it as well. Wow. And that's why Ceruleum then, I guess, right? Because you got like a lot of the blue in here as well. The Ceruleum tanks. Wow. So was this for a commission for someone who was just super into that? Like, was it more of the Allegan theme or more of the spaceship theme?
They wanted a kind of a dark sci-fi spaceship.
Oh, so you just went wild with it.
Yep.
Spaceship. Did you yell out, spaceship, spaceship?
I did not. Usually if I do my designs, I don't say, theme words.
Come on.
Oh, wait. I think we're about to go on some kind of journey here with the energized thing here.
Wee.
Oh, it is an elevator. Oh, you got, I love the little arrow too you got on the wall. It says jump up. Wow, that's a nice little touch. I wonder what's in store. I'm very, very scared. Oh, wait, what is this?
I'm the captain.
Oh my god. This is like a throne room. What? This is, well, not a throne room, but it's like the helm. But it's like a throne room, like in a lot of video games. Have you guys ever played Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic or know the lore of it?
I do not, no.
I'd have to ask my bestie. She plays that.
This is like the
Sorry.
Star Forge almost. Here, let me see if I can bring up a picture of it actually so you guys know what I'm talking about, but it's very similar to that, and I am in awe of what this looks like.
Would you get in your seat? Come on.
Oh yeah, we'll get in my seat. Let me see. Battle station's ready. Oh, and Laura's the commander or the captain.
Heck yeah! You know we're just going down. Woo!
So we're just this is our last voyage basically then, right? That's what we're saying, yeah.
I'll just go wah.
Yeah, and then we get blown to smithereens. So
It'll be fine.
yeah, we'll be fine. I can't find a good one, but I do have photos from you, Luna, of them. So let's just kind of pop those up to see. Oh wow, another BID of your elegant capacitor here.
Yeah.
Oh wow. That is neat. Now, was any of this inspired by Alaura at all? Was this a build that you did after her spaceship's builds, or like before? Do you know?
This was done in April of 2023.
It was after.
So it would have been after, yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't take anything directly from her build on this one.
Right.
But I'm sure there's probably some similarities just with in 2023 we kind of had limited tech stuff. Like this expansion, we're getting some really cool stuff. But we really didn't have anything or much things back in 2023. That's why there's like a billion jail partitions lining everything. Had I had the climbing wall back then, that would have been great. But
right. Okay. But I guess tell me a bit, was this at all inspired by like any Star Trek or Star Wars or like movies and stuff? Did you have reference images, or was this purely off of kind of like what you've seen in the past?
It's kind of a hodgepodge. Like I'm a huge like Star Trek fan. It's specifically Star Trek Next Generation.
Picard, right?
Obviously,
yeah.
yes. Obviously, this is not the look of the Enterprise. However, the general elements are there, right? So you have like this big screen in the front. This screen in particular is more just like it would be a glass screen that you could see out into space, not like a digital screen.
Right.
But I mean, you have your couple stations where people would sit and kind of command the ship. Panels off to the side that have glowy lights and stuff.
Right.
But I didn't pull anything specific from any one source. It was just kind of like a overall general architecture of what do multiple sci-fi type ships, what do they kind of look like, and then what items do I even have to work with in game, and then combine those together and made the scene.
I love these kind of like lights at the top here. Are the like when it's like sunny, do they shine in? Like see how there's like the oh, okay.
Yeah, but because they're from the north, there's only a little bit of light beam that'll come in from the sides.
Right.
So they mostly just light up during the day.
And that was your intention, right?
Yes.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness! I just realized I'm in a red shirt. I'm gonna die.
You are.
You're the captain. They wear red, right? Like Picard. So.
Well, right, but then there was the red shirt meme where.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't even know that. I don't know that meme, but I guess like if Laura's dying, I'm all for it. So.
Wow. I'm just gonna go over here and cry
Okay, yeah,
until I
you
die.
can get off the screen. There we go. Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
See the kind of crap I have to deal with, Luna?
Well, now that we talk about Star Trek, I really have to tell you one thing. I really did not like Deep Space Nine. I think it was not great.
That was the dumbest one.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's anybody's favorite.
It's like, let's stay on the space station. It's like, what? I want to see exploration. I don't want to see like social life on there.
I liked Voyager. I liked the
Voyager was pretty good. Oh, 7 of 9 was awesome.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Tuvok
I liked
too.
the Doctor.
Oh, the Doctor? Yeah.
Yeah, the hologram Doctor. He was kind of funny.
Yeah. Who's your favorite character, Luna, in Star Trek?
Oh wow.
And why?
Yeah, and why? Yeah, that's a good one.
Thesis.
Man.
1 minute, go.
Okay, probably Deanna Troi.
Okay. And why, though?
Counselor lady?
Yeah, counselor
Yes.
lady. But, like, why?
Well, she's a full-blown empath. but like to the nth degree, where that she's actually evolved to be able to, read not necessarily people's minds verbatim, but like read people's emotional states, and that makes her a phenomenal diplomatic advisor, because she can tell if people are lying, what their intentions are. She is like, you don't not want her at the table when you're negotiating or trying to understand another point of view and whether or not they're lying, because that could be a major point of conflict if they're lying and say, hey, no, we come in peace, and she's like, no, they don't come in peace, they are definitely not peaceful. Then you can trust that. Like, so I would say from a lore standpoint, and also just I think she's a really good character that adds a lot of well-roundedness to the crew.
So is this because you see yourself kind of like her, or is this something that you respect?
Oh, of course. Don't we always pick our favorite characters based on what we see
Pretty much.
Whether we see ourselves in them or we see what we would like to be in them.
Yeah.
It's usually why we pick our favorite characters. And that's also, funnily enough, why we pick the characters that we hate the most. It's either things that we don't want to see in ourselves or in humanity in general. And that's why like a lot of like the bad guys, people like they'll design characters that people absolutely hate because they're the worst of humanity. Or potentially like if there's a character that you don't like but other people do, like they're not necessarily a bad guy character, stop and think why you don't like that person, because it probably has something to do with what you don't like about yourself. And it's not anything bad, like it's just
how it is, right?
Things. Yeah, it's just how it is.
Wow. Life lore dumps too with Luna. Not just housing, life lore.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like kind of like why me and I'm not sure why. Well, like I like Emmett Selk a lot because I see myself as a lot of him. I really think so. Just like how I make decisions and stuff. So
I think he's funny.
Yeah.
I like how sarcastic he is.
Yeah, like I'm very sarcastic too. Like a lot of the jokes that Laura and I give each other are extremely sarcastic, but that in itself comes with like what it is. It's like self-defense, right? Sarcasm as well, which is kind of what Emmett does as well, to kind of let himself live through all of that and still like be okay with doing what he does and like killing everyone and stuff. So.
Oh, and there's also like a humor element too. So like you have sarcasm, and then you also just have people that use humor as a vice.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting. Psychologically, humor and fear are really closely related in our brain centers. So if you're afraid of something, but can laugh it off, you've effectively activated and then deactivated your fear center and have like recentered yourself or grounded yourself. So like if you find yourself at some point like making a joke out of a terrible situation, not because you're a bad person or have a twisted mind, you're just trying to fully process and recenter and ground yourself so that you can, better navigate the situation.
Well, yeah, it's almost like kind of like if you're talking about like psychology, it's kind of like an enjoyment of being scared almost. Like that's why they're in the same part of the brain, like kind of like when you experience like that same rush of adrenaline, you get the same kind of release of endorphins and dopamine. It's like a very like it's a very similar biochemical rush that happens, and like I don't know, sorry to get all nerdy on you, but like it's just like I totally agree with that. It's just I don't know, it's so cool. Oh, Laura, what do you think about that?
Wait, I'm just thinking, so is that why you make fun of me? Because you're afraid of me? Do I instill fear into you?
I guess kind of subconsciously, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yes, fear me.
I think it's fear because you usually point out the truths, and I think a lot of us, including myself, like it's hard to face the truth sometimes, but you have to. So.
Sometimes it's hard to face the truth straightforward, like head on. That's why a lot of like satire is a great example of satire as a humor. They'll throw things out there as social commentary where people can't accept it straight on yet, but they'll accept it in humor form, and it allows them to like process it on a layer of humor versus something that they would have an aversion to.
I guess that's where, now that you mention that, I feel like that's where I struggle with, honestly. I tend to be very direct, almost too direct. And I don't use humor, I just say it. But I think because I've just been through so much in my life that I take things head on. And I think at times it's kind of a bit too much for people. But I don't know. I've always kind of been like that though, so I don't know. Maybe I do need to be more sarcastic then.
I mean, your straightforwardness doesn't necessarily have to be a pathology. It could just be part of your personality. I mean, you clearly appreciate humor. You just employ it in a way that feels comfortable for you.
That's true. That's true. We're all different in that regard.
Yeah.
Sometimes he doesn't appreciate it because he doesn't realize you're joking.
Maybe it's just because you're not funny.
Oh my
hilarious.
god, that could be. I didn't ever consider that actually. That's actually, thank you, Luna, so much for suggesting that.
Wow. Wow.
I'm gonna run with it now and not even consider anything after this. You know I would never shut you down, Alaura. I don't shut down anyone. I'm always very open to hear everyone's perspectives. That's how we learn, right? So
Yeah.
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 And then I'm gonna be dead. I'm gonna be dead after the stream. Don't watch out, guys. It's gonna be the last one, the last VOD up, right? So.
That was hilarious.
Just staring me down here now and just slowly walking away. But oh, I really like how this, like, you can drop down here. Like, I like how, like, with some elevators, like, sometimes like you just get stuck,
push
right?
ya. Just push
you
you
give me a
there.
little friendly push here for that comment, right?
Oops.
Oops. Now you're just staring my body down.
Not bad. I mean, let me cry for you. Wait.
You can't even cry.
Where? Accidentally hit 2 slashes instead of 1 slash.
Oh,
My
no.
bad. That's why. That's why it took a minute.
Yeah.
Whee!
I guess,
Luna's Geordie.
she's Jordy. Well, I wish they had, like, gold frames there. Like, can you imagine having the actual Jordy visor? That'd be awesome.
I think the closest we could get would be it's the Imperial visor.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one. Oh, that one! Yeah, that is probably the closest one, actually, yeah.
What?
The Imperial
I
visor.
don't know what it is.
It's the Imperial Shadow visor, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You get it from rating or something?
I don't think so, right?
I don't know.
Or was it one of the
I
older
don't
ones?
know
I forget
things.
now.
Oh. Never mind. It's no biggie. It's not like I'm gonna go get it, so...
Well, you should be Jordy, right?
Why?
You can be-
No, I'm the register. I'm just gonna die soon anyway.
I'm pretty sure it's from one of
Fine.
the older treasure hunts from a long time ago. I'm pretty sure.
Aw.
'Cause it's been around for a while, so... Yeah. You know that gold, like, visor with the 3 dots in the middle, Alaura? It's that one.
What?
Here, let me just post the link to it. What's this one right here? But yeah, it's like that gold frame with the 3 dots in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. But I guess we can move on to the next one here. Build number 6, right? This one's either actually over on Behemoth, so we'll have to do a world transfer over there. This one's called
noes.
Umbrella Labs. Inspired by Resident Evil. Ooh,
Yes,
Resident Evil.
Resident Evil.
Ooh. On Behemoth
Evil.
Goblet, Ward 1, Plot 12. So yeah, let's just head on right over there. Ooh. The Umbrella Laboratory. Ooh. Wow.
I remember this one coming out.
Oh man. So tell us a bit about this one, Luna. Like, what is your client? Did they just basically want, like, exactly just that, like the as close as you get to the laboratory?
This one was another one of those where it was kind of open. It was open what I wanted to do as far as, like, inspiration, right? So they just wanted something dark with monsters, like a dark themed laboratory with some monsters and stuff. And I kind of started developing from there. And of course, I'm checking in with them, like, hey, do you like this direction? Do you like this direction? And I'm a big Resident Evil fan, just as a whole, like a concept. I'm not like, don't ask me all the lore. I have not played every game. I have not seen every movie. Like back and forth. Don't ask me the lore stuff, but just the overall concept. I really like that gritty, like post-apocalyptic virus type. That's a really like neat environment to have monsters in, right? So I was like, oh, okay, well, if we want to have something that has monsters and like a laboratory, Umbrella Labs, of course. So I started doing some research on what would be, what would be a good like framework for that, and I started coming across specifically Resident Evil 2, and I started watching some gameplay, and I was like, wow, like I can definitely recreate some of this in the game. So I think I sent over some like inspiration photos for that too. There's quite a few of them that I sent, but effectively I recreated the entry area to Umbrella Labs relatively close to what the game had, and then the back areas where the laboratory is actually at with the monsters, those are just kind of free form, loosely interpreted from the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's these images here that you have. Umbrella Corporation. Oh my god, it literally looks almost exactly the same as the game. That is wild. Oh wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah.
And I'm still in my way. Apparently, I can't walk and talk at the same time. So.
That's
It's
fine.
okay. It's literally that's why like I'm very fortunate that both of you guys are pointing these things out for me because I'm literally on one screen. I'm flipping back between like the stream, the Discord, what's on the screen, right? So now that you guys are all here, I'm just gonna take down. I actually have an aerial view of this. I'm gonna take this down. For those of you who have played Resident Evil, this is like you've seen this sign everywhere, the red and white square, and it's just very iconic to Resident Evil. Pretty much see it in every game. It's like the main thing. So, Umbrella. This kind of reminds me of. Have you ever guys ever seen that movie Maze Runner at all? The Maze Runner series, or read the books?
No.
Nope.
Okay, well, it's kind of like this too, where like there's like this like quote unquote like higher power that kind of controls like a lot of what's behind the scenes, and it's kind of like those human relations where like everyone's part of this whole like society that's pretty much just structured and like controlled by the top society, and they have like a similar kind of like symbol and a similar kind of like mentality on how like people should live and stuff. So yeah, it's very like existential kind of like end of the world kind of stuff, right? Where it's like, oh my god, like life is actually better than what we're living in, and yeah, it's just really awesome. So yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to show that for those Resident Evil fans out there. And hey, we're wearing matching colors, like the red and black. You got the red and black. You got the gun. I don't know what this means for us.
It's a Claire Redfield glam. It's one of the characters that you play in the game.
Oh, okay, I see. But I'm just thinking, oh, you Lalas walk first. You better walk forward. Okay, I guess, yes. What else are we going to do? Alright, let's head on inside.
I am the virus. I'm just kidding. Whee. May I help you?
Not if you're the virus. I love the Nier music immediately as soon as we walked in. Or, no, this is not the Nier music. This is the dungeon music, I think. But it sounded like Nier. Ah. Wow.
Computer. The old
Yes.
kind.
Oh,
I remember this.
super, super retro. The old CRV monitors and the... Wow.
I love this monster though. He looks like he's had a bad day.
Oh my god. This is so freaky. Jesus. Oh my god. What even is that, Luna, they use on the left there and the right? Like, what are the bottom? What are those of?
So the center, of course, is the ruby weapon. The right is okay. It's not the Dommel, but it's that other bird thing.
The
That's that.
Gangana.
Oh!
That's the chest from that, and then on the left-hand side, that's that Byakko throne, the backside of it.
Oh my goodness. That's so creative, Luna. Seriously, like, holy crap. This is a thing of nightmares from Alien. The movie F series Alien, oh my god. Ah. That is such a cool way to do that. And what, I guess this is kind of where like the scientists go, like they have their little like experimentations and their notes going on here, and
They're
then
yeah,
yeah,
microscope.
yeah. Oh wow. Yeah, jeez. That is so cool. What's over here,
And
Luna, on this side?
This
over-
guy. He
Over
looks-
here is like the like the more plants type lab, right?
Right.
And then I just have a custom little.
Oh.
He's so. I love him. He's so derpy looking.
He's like, Laura's like, he's cute, and we're all like, oh my god, what is that? We're all gonna
Oh
die.
yeah. Wanna name him Ralph?
Ralph.
Yeah.
Ralph
He
the.
looks like, because he looks like vomit.
No,
Oh.
I don't know. It's just the name that came to my mind. I just want to pet him and tell him it's gonna be okay.
And we're just like, oh my god, we gotta get out of here.
What? He's fine. Look, he's just sad.
No, I'm gonna run now.
What?
I'm scared of Ralph.
He wouldn't harm anybody.
Yeah, maybe not you, but I think us two he would. He's just alive.
No. Well, if you were nicer to him, maybe he wouldn't.
Well, I guess I can't be then. I can't be friendly to monsters, so.
Wow.
But yeah, I guess like there's some other picks that we have that I want to bring up that Luna has. Like look how real that is compared to the actual game. Like that's pretty accurate, I'd say. Like of how the Resident Evil lab is. Like you're saying this is based off of Resident Evil 2, right?
Yeah, Resident
Yeah.
Evil 2 remake.
Remake, yeah. And then we got like the pics of the monsters as well. Like look at that, guys. Literally like the 3 exact tubes, but like put into FF form. That is so cool.
And Ralph.
Ralph.
Yeah, Ralph is pretty unique, but he's still a monster.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, he is. He's
Laura, you
He's a
love
good-
Ralph, don't you?
Yeah, she loves
I
all
do.
monsters, yeah.
I like the cute ones, and he's cute.
They're all cute.
They are. It disturbs ISO sometimes. There was one like in one of the JP builds, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, he's smiling! Look at that huge smile! He's so cute."
I'm just like, that's
He's
not a cute
"Ew."
monster. And then you got also the one with the plants too. The plant. Oh, that's what that is.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it now. I was kind of looking at the plant in the game like that's like a weird looking plant, and then it's like, oh, that's what that is. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you played Resident Evil, Laura?
I watched the movies.
Okay, so you kind of understand what that is referencing, kind of. Oh, geez, like look at that in the game. That is cool. Wow.
Yeah. I didn't really play the games, but
But the concept of Resident Evil is just amazing, though. Jeez. I'm sure if you have played the games too, Luna, and like watched all the movies, you'd probably like even go even more hardcore into this. I think. Wow.
Yeah.
blood.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I mean, I did watch quite.
Oh, I didn't
I did
notice
watch
this.
quite a bit.
Sorry. Yeah, you can keep going. We're just walking on blood.
I did watch quite a bit of
Listen.
like playthroughs. I did not go out of my way to go through and play the game myself.
Mhm.
Yeah, that'd be a lot.
Yeah.
Why play it when somebody else can play it for you? Yeah.
Yeah, you can just watch them play and watch them get freaked out and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Umbrella Labs is just one small section of the entire game, so I just
Oh,
went through
yeah.
and watched different playthroughs of just that section of the game.
Oh my gosh, we're like matchies almost. Look at that, same jeans, red top.
Literally.
Yeah. So awesome. Aw. Why is ISO in the way?
Fine, I'll just disappear. I'll face this wall right here. I'm gonna face this wall like this.
I'm just standing there looking straight on like I'm dead inside.
You're always dead inside.
That's besides the point.
But Luna, do you like to take on kind of like... Because I'm sure this was probably more of a challenge to you than other things because it's something that you never really played before. But do you like to take on like video game commissions?
Yeah, I like challenges. That's part of the fun. It's whether it's creating something from just a conceptual standpoint, or trying to recreate something from one game or movie into the game. It's I like the challenge. It's fun. It's fun to see how close I can get it, either exactly like proportion wise or just the vibe, getting the vibe spot on. So that's why I'm showing like probably the most technically challenging builds. One, because like they're open. Like some clients don't want their stuff shown or the location shown, so I selected ones that were open. But I also wanted to show like a variety, and I wanted to show like a variety of like recreations, either exact or in concept, of different things like different games, movies, other references outside of Final Fantasy.
Right. Wow. It's amazing how much we can do in this game, seriously. Like, I've seen other, like World of Warcraft recently released that little patch video saying, oh, like, we have housing too, and we can rotate things like this, but, like, I'm literally looking at their graphics compared to ours, and I just don't think it can really compare to how much complexity and how much customization you can actually do. Like, I still think that 14, like, how things look, they're a lot more real, like, based on realism. At least the items, right? Because it's very cartoony and blocky in World of Warcraft. I just don't think that you can really portray the same kind of feeling or evoke the same kind of emotions or the story, like, through what they do. So, like, I'm just really happy that although like 14 has a lot of very like weird glitches and like a very quote-unquote I'd say archaic system, I do think it's still one of the best out there that you can, because like people have done so many things like you have, like yourself, like just making these near replicas of like other things. So
I think there'll be a place for unique WoW housing. I think it'll have to be through the lens of the type of graphic system that is in that game. So it's going to have to take on a more cartoony, whimsical style in whatever interpretation people decide to do in their designs in WoW. So like it's almost an unfair comparison because the very basis of the game is different graphically. So of course like the vibe will be different. But the really good designers will lean into that and leverage that to make an immersive space that fits WoW's environment and WoW's graphics. It'll be a challenge in and of itself. You'll never be able to compare the two housing styles once they start to grow in WoW. They'll just be two independent, really niche systems that people can appreciate for each individual elements.
Right. I mean, I consider checking it out at some point, but I don't think I can ever go back to WoW, so I think I'm just going to appreciate vicariously through. Kind of like how you guys watch the walkthroughs, right? Like the video throughs of people. I think I just want to kind of see what they can kind of make. And maybe take some ideas from that, take that as inspiration to kind of put into our own builds as well. So I guess we can head on over to the next one, unless there's another key point that you'd like to point out here.
No, I think we pretty much covered this one, so we can head on over to the next
What's the next one? I think we have to go change servers again, I believe, right? For this next one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll go to Lamia.
We're gonna go to my place. Woo!
Your place?
I'm from Lamia. This character's from Lamia.
Oh,
That's what
I see.
I meant. Yeah, sorry. I'm just gonna shut up right now.
It's okay. Let me just pull that picture up so we can see it. Bastille or Bastille Dungeon, right? If you pronounce it.
Bastille.
Wait, is Dakota still here? Is it Bastille or Bastille? I think it's Bastille Dungeon, right?
I'm gonna say Bastille.
I can say Bastille too, but
Lamia.
next one here is Primal Lamia. I just posted it up. Build number 7, Bastille Dungeon. A medieval dungeon on Lamia Imperium, Ward 5, Plot 17. Like I said, guys, at the beginning of the stream, if you'd like to join us, you're more than welcome to. All of these build addresses are public. They are all pinned. And, yeah. If you'd like to come along or check them out later, if you're watching this VOD, you're more than welcome to. Luna would be super happy to see the little kind comments that you leave in there, and kind of take some pictures with your friends, and kind of fully immerse themselves in all these builds that we've seen all tour. So yeah, let me just go on, head on over there. Let's see.
Wee. Oh, wait. Oh, it's like the one that I own.
Which one?
But, oh, it's
Like the same plot?
yeah, same plot that I have, like in
Oh.
Adamantoys.
Nice, nice.
That's funny.
Wait, what's funny?
Well, she's got the Bastille, and that's where I had like the Tower of, like, London kind of thing.
Wait, what is Bastille anyways? I don't even know.
Isn't that like it's like this prison or something, like.
It is? I don't even know the history behind
I
it.
think.
Yeah.
The Bastille Dungeon, see?
Okay. Well, I'm sure Luna will explain it once she gets into it. It literally says in the placard, it says, "Welcome to the most secure gated community in New Jersey." Yeah. So I guess it is like a really hardcore prison.
Yeah. Wee. First one here.
Yeah. I love how you like to be first in that one time on that Noah stream I put first.
That was horrible. I can't believe you did that to me.
I think you have to, like, get off your high horse, and you can't always be first, though.
Wow. I don't have a high horse, thank you very much. I'm a Lalafell, so I have like a chocobo.
Wait, is this Luna here? This is Luna, right?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Luna, yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna...
Like a freaking weird helmet though, it's kind of creepy.
It is kind of creepy. Let's bring the splash down here so we can kind of see.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, your high chocobo. Oh my god, that glam though. Are you like a prison guard, Luna?
Yes, I'm a prison guard.
Oh man. And we're the escapees.
No, just take him. Take him. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent.
Yeah, the person wearing bright red, right? With blood all over them.
That's besides. That was a problem, and I took care of it.
Hey, where'd the other guard go? Oh, no questions. Oh man. I love the cannon, seriously. Oh.
Yes, cannons are great. I wish they shot though. You know, that'd be kind of funny. Go pew.
Yeah.
That would be cool.
Were you going with kind of like the Fort Knox look, kind of? Like a military base almost? Or like a prison base?
Yeah, I was trying to get something similar to that on the outside.
Right.
There's really not a lot we can do with the outside. But
Yeah. It is Imperium, so thankfully that fits. It's a lot more medieval. Like, I mean, I'm glad that was the case. And it wasn't like you were in like lavender beds and it was like, what? There's a prison here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But beautiful gardens. Yeah.
Yes. Let's head on inside, guys. Oh, wow.
Wait, oh, that's the pee bucket. Yeah. There's
Look
the
at Luna
turd.
standing guard there, letting no one escape.
I like how you just go straight for the buckets, Alaura. You just didn't waste any time, just right.
I remember, yeah.
Okay, so this is a prison. I'm not going to give a history lesson, but effectively, the Bastille was a medieval fortress in Paris, France, that then later became a state prison.
Okay.
So there's really no. I didn't give a lot of lore into this one. It's just named after a well-known prison that was kind of medieval, and then that's what this design is centered on.
And it, like, did the client actually specifically ask you for that specific, like, prison, or you just had that idea to make that kind of prison?
They wanted a prison. They didn't ask for Bastille.
Okay.
They just wanted a prison in general.
Right.
So that's, yeah.
Okay.
I just gave the name because I think it fit well with the theme.
With what they wanted, yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I love
So-
that.
And this
Jeez.
build was done well before we got the jail partition, so this one's a little bit older. This one was done in July of 2022.
Okay, so 3 years ago.
So
Yeah.
so this is an oldie but a goodie.
Oh!
What? Oh my gosh, he's literally sat in the bucket. Is this like the mental ward here? Like the mental section?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Oh,
That makes sense. Sitting in your own
Excuse
filth.
I was trying to sit on the bench, but it made me sitting there instead. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Is-
unfortunately, when I initially made this build, the benches worked, and for some reason, after updates, they no longer work.
Oh, okay.
I'm not really sure why.
Ew, you're sitting in my
well,
filth
we got the
now.
bucket. We got the bucket, so it all works out.
Oh my gosh, why are you sitting in my filth?
So I want to.
That's really creepy. Oh my
Why are we
gosh.
even in the same cell with this like guy? I don't understand.
I don't know, but
That guy looks like the shopkeeper from last night. Okay, yeah,
we have
we
some
should.
issues, but that's okay.
I think we can
I
get
got
out of
the
here.
picture.
Oh man, no. There's evidence now. Oh, I love this
Yeah.
little drop here. What is this part here, Luna? Right here. This is like
So,
a.
it's a trap.
Oh,
Careful.
wow.
So if you look on the back wall has like a little bit of a light, similar to
Right.
like what the interaction point is when you walk into a house. And then also, conveniently enough, it has an arrow that's pointing on the floor. So it's kind of supposed to be like luring people into the trap. But
Right.
if you go into the trap and fall down, it's a man in an iron mask.
Oh my
Huh.
god.
How you doing, Marlon 2?
Wow. Wow.
Oh, we got guests now, Marlon. Uh-oh.
It's gonna get a little cramped in here. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
but you can at least see the moon now.
Yeah. So it's almost like good to drop down to this trapdoor, right? Because like none of the other cells have windows.
Yeah, it's got the best view.
But then you're also trapped in here, so I mean. Oh man. Look how far
Well,
that
we
goes
aren't.
up. That's crazy. That's such a unique idea. I don't really see people really have like usually when people build elevators or they build like kind of like traps, like I never really envisioned this honestly, like with how that all goes. So
This was actually requested by the client. I was partway through building, and he's like, "Hey, you know, it'd be cool is if we could like have something in the basement, some sort of trap or something like that. Like kind of just generically guiding. Like I kind of want that. Yeah, can we do that?" And I'm like, "Sure, let's see if we can do that."
well, thankfully
Like,
they
yeah.
didn't ask more about what kind of dungeon it was, and I think they just left it at that. So, oh my god. Oh man. You
Namazu
just
head.
got it? Wait, what Namazu head?
No, in the last cell. There's blood with a beheaded Namazu and a little piglet dude. Yeah.
Now, if you guys are curious on how to make that bucket that we saw up there earlier, I can just bring that up real quick. Hang on. That's how you use the used chamber pots. A BID for that bucket that Alaura was sitting on.
You were sitting on it.
Well, I guess there isn't photo evidence of you, but there is of me, right? So. Now, does this orchestrion have any kind of meaning behind it, or is it just what you thought was most fitting?
I just found one that I thought was it's a little bit tribal-ish, but it has like a dungeon feel to it.
Right. Okay.
Come over here.
Wait, come over where? To the light? Oh, there's... Oh!
This is what I was talking about and laughing
Oh
at.
my goodness, this is what's
It's
going on?
beautiful,
What's
isn't it?
going on here, Luna? Is this where guards
It's a demon.
deal with prisoners who act out?
Well, I mean, there's a
you could-
demon right there.
I would say it's just a demon that's trapped in the back cell,
Okay.
and that's his meal basically.
Right.
Delicious.
That's looks like the alien from AVP. I don't know. Looks very similar. Yeah, delicious. What do you mean delicious?
What? That was his food. He
Yeah,
enjoyed
I guess.
it.
I hope Filio doesn't see this stream. I think she will though. There's like a Namazu here. And then Liar, hopefully she doesn't see this either because there's the Porksy there.
It's fine. It's all fine.
Yeah, because they're gone anyways. It doesn't matter. There's nothing they can do anyway, so.
They're gonna
Yeah.
be happy for that demon having a good meal.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Demons gotta eat too, so that makes sense.
that's right.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Man, all these people are dehydrated. They need to drink
Well,
some
they're
more
in
water,
prison.
Luna.
What else do you expect? He did something bad. Oh, look at this Lala. I think he's the same. He's almost the same character model as me, I think. Yeah, almost.
Oh, looks. Oh wait, your long lost.
My long lost.
Okay.
Or I guess he went to prison for me, I guess is what it is.
Oh, you framed him. That's a beautiful thing.
I know. It's amazing. Now he's stuck in prison and I'm just out free.
Well, I mean, you're stuck in prison right now.
Well, yeah, technically, but I can easily just get out, whereas he's just crossing his arms, just kind of like, oh god, like, why does this happen to me?
It's like, hey, don't look at my people.
Yeah. Oh, whoa, what's going on here? Is this kind of like the prison warden, or is this just one of the guards as well?
Yeah, you can say he's a warden or a guard.
Mhm.
He stands here 24/7, never moving.
Wow. Until you try to escape and
Aw.
you're dead, right? So.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
Look, she's got our poster up.
Oh yeah, that's what Alaura call our wanted poster. We kind of point that out because, I mean, we do terrorize everything, so it makes sense. We should probably leave before Luna knows it's us.
Uh-oh.
Now
We
I.
didn't do anything.
Oh no, we didn't do anything. You did.
I didn't do nothing.
Sorry, we're gonna say Luna. Sorry.
There's a small little Easter egg here. I have a little
Oh.
custom mouse with a piece of cheese.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
it's not blue cheese, is it? It's cheddar, right?
Yeah.
Good.
I think it's cheddar or
It's
maybe
cheddar.
gold beef. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, you lose the little yarn ball for the little like body there. Oh my goodness, that's so ingenious. Oh my god. Oh,
Gus Gus.
this is awesome. Ah. I do have to ask you this though: is collision always something that you must absolutely have in your designs, or is it only if you have the room for it?
Always.
Always.
Collision, always. There are very few. If I have a section in my build that doesn't have collision, it's probably because it's like a custom window, but there's still something behind the very back. But there's only so far. If you have a window scape that's pretty deep because it's like immersive and has some depth to it, like you pan your camera around, it's going to clip through that area. But aside from that, ceilings always have stuff. I always have ponds or beds in the ceilings. I always make sure that my walls always have collision. If they're fake walls or walls that don't have collision, I'll use the Phasmascapes behind them or something else. Even if I have like a large custom something, I can't really think of. Oh yeah, like a custom fireplace that would not have camera collision, I'll put a pillar inside of it so it does have camera collision. Even if it has a little bit of a clippy, it'll for the most part move the camera around. That's one of my must-haves in a build.
It's a deal breaker / non-negotiable, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot stand going into a house, especially if it's really detailed, and I have to zoom way in on my character, because if not, I'm clipping in everywhere.
And it ruins the
just
whole
drives-
immersion, basically, right? So
Yeah, it drives me nuts. Now I'm not saying that they're not pretty builds when they're like that, but I'm there's no such thing for me as function over form or form over function. Both of them need to happen.
I'm a stickler for that
Otherwise,
as well, because the immersion's completely ruined when you're like, oh, I see the back of this wall. Okay, I guess my mind's not here anymore, right? I just see the back of this. I know I'm in 14 and I'm not in this, whatever this thing is. So,
yeah.
okay, so I guess like for you then, do you like start with the ceiling or you start with the walls and build inwards, or like how does that go? Because you have to guarantee you have collision no matter what, right?
So yes, usually I will start with the ceilings to set my ceiling height. Once I set my ceiling height, like with the ponds or beds, because sometimes I'll use beds. I'll to make my ceiling higher, I won't use the ponds. I'll use the beds instead. And also there's what's the other thing? There's that big round cushion. It looks like a giant whoopee cushion.
It's
I
a
can't
whoopee.
remember.
Yeah, the
can't-
whoopee cushion.
Yeah, I can't remember what it's because it starts with an A.
I don't know what it's called. It's the one from Fall Guys or whatever, right? Or is that something else? I forget.
It's that the one that Liara uses all the fucking time.
Yeah, for like clouds and stuff, right? Yeah, I forget what it's called.
That it covers quite a bit, even though it's a circle. So you can get those pretty close to the ceiling too. But usually it'll either be beds, that, or ponds. I'll set my ceiling height, make sure I can work with that.
Right.
And then walls are walls, right? So like
Yeah.
basically, if I have an issue where I have a small area, there's like a little trick that I'll use. If I have a small area that has clipping, but I can't fit a wall in, but it's an item, I'll put a north-facing small window in. So you know the little small windows that are like small white rectangle?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you have that facing from the north, it won't shine any light, but it'll clip on the camera. Like it'll cause camera collision. So I put those in
Oh,
put those
wow.
I've used those in freestanding cupboards before. I've used those in like custom pillars with the steel lockers. If you just put a couple of those in there, you can inside the steel lockers, as long as they're facing from the north.
That
it'll
is so cool. I had no idea that was like a functionality of that. Wow.
That's one of those things that people have no idea that I use those in my builds, but they would know it if they miss it. You know what I mean?
And now you know, guys. Guys, take notes seriously. Like pen and paper in hand. Luna's got lots and lots of housing tips all throughout this stream.
What has the collision? I was looking up the whoopee cushion thing. Sorry.
That's okay. It's a small imitation window. It's that little white rectangle window. If it has camera collision.
Oh.
You know the ones that I thought that was a railing? That one, right?
Yeah, that's a long one though that you were looking at.
I'm pretty sure that one has camera collision too, but I mostly use the small.
Yeah, the standing one, right?
One.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Filio's here. Hey, Filio.
Oh, hey, Filio.
You were Namazu earlier.
Oh, Filio, I thank God you weren't here earlier, but I think I'm gonna have to show you now that you are here. Actually, look what Luna did here. This is.
No, that's what the demon did.
Look at this.
What? It's fine. He was
Namazo is just dead. And the demon needed to eat, so.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine now because it's already gone, right? I mean,
I took his soul before he got killed, so
okay,
it's fine.
Yeah, it's just the head, right?
Yeah.
Murder. Layla saying murder.
He didn't feel a thing.
Okay, that's good then. At least there's that. Yeah. He's just swimming. Right. Yeah, swimming in his own blood, I guess, right? Yeah. Does Namazu even bleed red blood? I don't think so. I don't know. Fish blood is different. Soup. Yeah, tomato soup. It's the sardines I was talking about, but Namazu.
Oh God, don't.
Namazu and tomato soup. No. Sardines are awesome, but whatever, it's fine.
No. Don't eat fish, so.
No, I know. I'm sorry, yeah. It's just.
You're not sorry, it's fine.
It's fine, yeah, you're right.
So it's like what? Sorry, you're putting blood on top of sardines and be like, yes, it's like a murder scene, and you're like, this looks delicious. Who's the worst person now, huh?
Yeah.
Who's gross?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Sorry. Well, I guess we can move on to the next one here, right, Luna?
Oh wait.
Or
what were you about to say, Luna?
Yeah, what were we gonna say?
I was
sorry.
just gonna. I was gonna say mustard or even hot sauce on sardines is actually pretty good. So
See?
don't
Okay, I'm not
try it.
crazy then. Look, I'm not crazy. Laura was like, oh my god, that's so disgusting. I'm like, no, it's so good. What are you talking about?
No, I don't eat fish though.
No, I know,
so,
I know,
Yeah.
I know, I know.
I don't really want to throw up on this, but okay.
Hey, Filio says I like Alora's drip here. It fits the theme. She's been wearing this all stream, seriously. I guess it is a very fashion forward glam that you have on, Alora.
I am awesome.
Well, we knew that, but like now your glam is awesome too, as Filio was saying.
Yeah.
You're so creative. You're so unique.
Yeah. I mean, yes, I am.
Yes.
Thanks.
But yeah, let's head on to this next one here. Oh, I'm very excited about this one. This next one's
Yeah.
called build number 8, the Fallout Shelter. Let me just bring that photo up here. Oof. So this one is going to be on
This Lamia, but
Lamia Mist, Ward 4, Plot 54. So if any of you guys have played the Fallout franchise or even like seen pictures, this is very, very similar to how that looks, that shelter out there.
I visited this one before.
Nice.
I visit a lot of Luna
You visit a
stuff
lot of Luna
back in the
stuff.
day.
So like what
Well, yeah.
what is the history too? Because like you see, you know Luna for a very long time, and Luna says she was inspired by you. Like, how did you two meet originally then?
I think we really like met first time was for sure was I was going to do like a fluffy story visit on one of her homes, and I saw that she was in game, so I sent her like I sent her a tell, and I was like, I'm in your house.
And you did like a well, you weren't Alaura then, so I was gonna say you did a laugh through the walls or something, or what?
No, I was just doing a tell to her because she's
Right.
like she wasn't there, but then when she found I was there, she's like, oh my gosh, and she came over to show me like the house and stuff. So, but then she was like, oh, I'm fangirling right now, which I've never had anybody like be like, oh my gosh, like excited to like see me. So that was kind of cool.
That's awesome.
But yeah, and then we just like talked and stuff, and then we're like on the FF14 Estates like Facebook thing together, and I made her my moderator.
Right.
So yeah, we just kind of, I don't know, we talk a lot at times. So yeah,
That's awesome.
Luna's very cool though, very creative. So she's always done such awesome stuff.
Yeah, and then we totally see it in this stream too. Like every single build has been absolutely amazing, and it's all from all different styles. That's why I mentioned that too when I first made the stream announcements. I said she's a multi-talented, multi-style designer for this reason. Like every single one of these builds has encapsulated that aspect that she was trying to present, and it's done very expertly. So yeah, we really appreciate you showing off all your different styles, Luna. Seriously, it makes for a very enjoyable stream. So. And I love hearing your context behind everything as well.
Oh my gosh, that mask though. No.
I'm just gonna
Appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, thank you. When I drop the screen, I'm just gonna actually gonna pin this first, so people can kind of flock over if they want to. But
Do you
look at
remember
this.
me saying that though? Like, I'm in your house.
Yes, I do.
How could you forget that? What an entrance!
I was like, that's me being creepy, yeah.
I'm sorry I didn't read these earlier, Luna. Like I feel like every single greeting you've had has had in some form in some relation to the actual build theme. It says, "Fallout Shelter. Remember to use your Vault Tech assigned Pip-Boy to monitor radiation levels at all times." See, I do not get the reference because I never played Fallout. I've known a lot of friends who played Fallout, but for you Fallout fans out there, I'm sure you know exactly what she's talking about in this greeting. So,
I like the green coming out of this fountain though. That's funny.
what green?
Yeah,
Green light.
if this was in the evening, we'd see it a little bit better. but
Right.
yeah.
It's kind of like some Maleficent vibes with the green. I can see the green
Well,
tint off my face. I don't
or
look very
toxic.
evil though, but I think Alaura does.
You always look evil. Well, you always
No,
look mad.
I just look annoyed with the side eye.
Yeah. Well, that's because
Like, look
I'm
how
right
evil
there.
she looks right there. Look at that. It's like that,
Can look evil, more evil. There we go.
and she's got like ropes going right through her too. Like that's as evil as you can get.
I mean, it's fine.
Well, it's good that one of us looks like super cute and innocent, and one of us looks evil. So, if anyone was to ever, yeah, I mean innocent, Layla. That's what I mean. But yeah, if anyone were never to pull a fast one on us, they'd soon realize how wrong they were.
What? I'm the innocent one.
Yeah, that's true. You're innocent.
Always. Yep.
But yeah, look at Luna's getup right here. Look, another fabulous glam.
This
Oh.
is a it's kind of a nod to the Fallout franchise, but I'm a rad mage instead of a red mage. It's a rad mage.
Oh my god, that's
He's
awesome.
so rad.
She is so
it's
rad.
like it's in the Fallout games, rad. Or
Oh, is that
rads
radiation,
is-
right? Yeah.
Yes, like the
Oh.
radiation level. Yeah.
Oh, that's so
the-
ingenious. I love that.
Oh, I thought you looked like a plague doctor from like the medieval times.
She
I
kind of
mean,
does.
it kind of plays on that too. So it's kind of like a Final Fantasy Fallout crossover type glam. Rad mage.
Yeah, there's your
That's
radiation right there.
awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, now we're breathing. We're gonna die soon, aren't we?
I'm in a bucket. Yeah.
We don't have the mask, but oh yeah, you're in another bucket. Maybe that's your
Ready to
antibody,
go.
so you don't die from radiation, right? I think if we all stand in filth buckets long enough, we'll be able to be resistant to it.
Sure.
We're not dead yet, I guess. But yeah, let's head on inside.
Wee.
Ooh. This is very mischievous, mysterious music. Oh, wow. I think the first thing I want to point out is this fan up here. It's got like the radiation all the way up at the top here.
Yeah.
That is cool. Like all just oozy and slimy and green, kind of like just toxic waste, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So in the Fallout game, is this shelter basically like a home base then? For like the main character?
So, my jam for a hot minute, I played so many hours of Fallout 4, but I don't think I went through the main story. I did do the main story, but I did a lot of building. So you basically in Fallout 4 you would create like settlements, and then you would build in those settlements, and you would like get people to live in the settlement and do crap. I don't care about that. I wanted to build stuff, right? Like anybody who likes to build in games builds in games. So I went crazy just building in Fallout 4. Of course I burnt myself out on it, whatever. But I really, one of my favorite styles was to use the concrete. There was like concrete pieces. So it was a concrete piece, and then it had like metal, like rusted metal liner around the outside. So once we had some pieces in the game where we had the factory pieces and we had that that Garlean wallpaper, I was able to recreate one of what would be one of my favorite styles in Fallout 4. So I think I sent you there was a reference picture that just shows like just an example of just a random building in a base that I made. And it's kind of a similar style to what's in the game. And it's just a loose interpretation. It's not anything exact.
Yeah, let me bring that up. That's the terminal. It's this right here you're talking about, right?
Well, that's to break it down, and then, yeah, it's that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's kind of like sad that there's only one kind of concrete wall kind of pattern in this game. I just think it's such a staple to so many like buildings, new and old, that like you'd think that they'd have a few more variations so you can kind of layer them in.
Well, we have a couple other ones. We have the wallpaper, and then we have the Hagen windowed partition. We have the side and the top of that we can use as a concrete style. It looks more like a smooth cement style. And then we have, of course, the back and bottom of the bathroom tiles. And that has like a concrete style as well.
Oh, okay.
But it's a little bit different. It's not like the raw industrial concrete like what we're seeing here.
Right. Okay, and then it looks like here you've got other, like another kind of like a break it down of the desk over here. Like that's, what inspired you to make these break it downs, Luna? Because was it like a lot of people had a lot of questions? Like did you get a lot of DMs from people maybe in your Discord or your X where people were asking about how to make these things, or was it something that you just enjoy teaching and enjoy sharing for the community?
When I first started doing the break it downs, it was just because people were asking. I had just had a couple, like, I want to say generic, but a couple generic, like, Eastern builds, and folks were asking me, hey, like, what are all the elements? Like, how did you make that? And, like, at first I would, like, just write down the list of elements, and I was like, well, shit, like, I got to be able to point to it. And then I realized that people were doing like break it downs with like arrows that, you know, point to things. So I popped into PowerPoint and started doing more detailed break it downs. So for pro tip for anyone, if you want to do a fairly easy break it down, either Google Slides or PowerPoint, you can create a break it down pretty simple with just some arrows and copy in the pictures from the Final Fantasy website. And it looks really professional, but it's super easy. Like it doesn't take me any
That's
time at all
absolutely amazing to just hear that you only use such basic like programs that you get from Microsoft Office. Like you're not even using anything like extensive like Photoshop or any of the more, you know, the more like artsy like ones where you have to like pay for and stuff. Like you're literally using the base programs that you get, and you can still create something so concise and so clear for people to learn from. Like, that's amazing. I see you here, limited to April 2022 is when you made this one, like from way back when. Wow, that's absolutely insane. That is so cool.
The break it down we're looking at right now, it's supposed to be like a terminal that is in the Fallout games. So they have what basically is their computer system, but they call those terminals.
Right.
And then there's like an unlock feature where sometimes you have like a door that you need to unlock, where you unlock it via quote hacking the terminal. So they're pretty common interactables in the game. So I definitely want to have one inside of the build because it's one of the most like commonly known items or things in the Fallout game.
Okay, so it's a very staple item that you'd see everywhere, basically. Now, do these, like, I just want to show it kind of in game, like, how Luna, like, made this in the game, but, are these kind of, like, save points in a way, where, like, you go there to save on the computer, or is it, like, just, like, teleportation, like, or is it just, like, quest logs, or is that how the computer system works in the game?
So, like, in Fallout 4, I can't speak for literally every game in the franchise, but I'm going to speak for Fallout 4. In Fallout 4, it's a couple different things you can do. You can go up to a terminal, and if it's an interactable to unlock a thing, then you would like hack the terminal to unlock. It's kind of like lock picking,
right,
but with a digital device.
Right.
The other thing is if you want extended lore of what was going on, you can use that terminal to read tapes, effectively like save tapes, and it'll give you backstories of like if there was a scientist in this bunker and he ended up murdering another person, you can actually read through his logs, and he'll be talking about, you can read through his escalating paranoia of how he's like, you know, entry date this and this and this, and he'll talk about how he thinks somebody's out to get him, and then I'm going to get this guy, and then you find like the person dead and like their skeleton in a different room. So sometimes there's like just little mini stories or backstories of like local areas that don't necessarily tie into the overall main story, but gives you like little bits of immersion here and there.
I'm so surprised that I have never even attempted Fallout, because like you know, and like I've said throughout the stream, like I'm such a sucker for lore, and like to even have those all little side quest bits, that in itself would get me completely lost for hours and hours, just going down those rabbit holes, just like looking at all the quest logs, looking exactly how they describe like the murders. It's like maybe Alaura would like that as well, right? It's like, oh my god, like Alaura, did you play Fallout or what? Alaura, did you play Fallout?
No.
Okay, but
No.
maybe feel like we have to now.
But now I can murder.
Good 18 plus stream, I guess, right? Yeah.
Murder.
You're so happy you're just running around.
Yeah, well, I mean, it goes clink, 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 clink.
Does
so
this
it's
furnace
fun
have
too.
any significance, Luna? Is this where you kind of like burn bodies and stuff, or what? What is this?
So there's a crafting element in the game as well. So like you can craft like weapons. So this is I'm just trying to I know it's just a generic crafting area,
Right.
but it's effectively like the forge of where you would like modify
Right.
or create weapons.
Okay,
You can
okay.
either craft or modify weapons in the game.
Okay.
But you
I
could
see.
torture people too with it, like,
I
hot
could
peppers.
also torture
Yeah.
people. That's a really
Yeah.
good
It'll
point.
probably be the next expansion. It'll have Alaura in one of the logs, like Alaura Danian saying, "Oh, this is how I murdered like X and X, right? This is how I murdered ISO. That's why he's not in the game anymore."
I'm just trying to multi-purpose something, okay?
Yeah, it creates for good content though, so that's amazing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, a couple other Easter eggs that are in here. I have effectively a power armor station over here.
Oh.
Our power armor is something like pretty powerful in the game, where you get inside of a power armor suit, and you're kind of slow and derpy as you're moving around, but you're effectively, you turn into a tank. Like, you can take a lot of damage, or it protects you from a lot of damage, and you can put out some damage too. And there's different styles that you can collect throughout the game. So, if somebody creates a home base, and then someone will create a home base and then have their own house that they like put their trophies in. Like, you can set up like different power armor suits that you collect throughout the game as like trophies. So that's kind of what this is.
Okay, that's
I
cool.
could tank.
If Alaura ever got this power suit in 14, she'd be the ultimate, most ruthless reaper ever to exist. Because she'd be able to reap people's souls and like be completely like untouchable.
I'm always untouchable anyways.
That
They don't
is true.
see me.
Yeah, because you're already dead.
But-
So
But I could tank, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I could tank on that game.
oh, I love this one. I just wanted to point out this really like very like small bit here. I love how you use the top of the flame memoirs for this little trimming down at the bottom here.
Yeah.
Was that just to add some accent, or like why not just leave it completely empty there? Like, why not just have it completely faded?
I kind of thought of it as like it would be like part of a forced air vent situation.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of what it reminded me of. So
Right.
I did put that there to kind of round it out, but that's what it's supposed to be.
Okay,
It's
okay.
like vents, like floor vents.
I had to
Yeah.
ask because everything that you do is with purpose. So I really
Oh, yeah.
knew that it was like intentional. So
The only other like little Easter egg that I have over here is anyone who's played any of the Fallout games knows about like Nuka-Cola. So I have a Nuka-Cola machine over here. I know it is as close to a Nuka-Cola machine as I could possibly get in Final Fantasy, using the some of the Storm stuff. But it has oh, I forget what it is. It's the Spirits collection. I use the blue bottle from the Spirits collection to be like a Quantum Cola. Which is like
so you kind of rotate them so the blue one's facing outwards for all three of them. You're saying, right?
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah. But look at the radio. Isn't that cool?
yeah, and a little custom radio.
But that,
Yeah, so
honestly,
cute.
like, even if for people who didn't play Fallout, right? Like, that reminds me of, like, if you guys ever played COD Zombies, like, they have, like, the Coola machine, right? For, like, all the boosts and stuff. It's exactly almost the same, because, like, Fallout is, like, essentially that, too. Where you're kind of, like, at the brink of extinction, right? Kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, no, that's,
Yeah.
like, it's just a very good, like, for all of you fans out there who play other, like, kind of, last, like, extinction kind of games, right? Like, that's like also a good feature that maybe you want to include in that,
I
like a
think
little
the word
machine.
for is post-apocalyptic.
Right.
Yeah.
Like The Last of Us and all those other games, right? That probably have similar kind of things as well.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wow. This is just. Oh, what is this? This is a disservice to Luna's build here. There's
What?
5 likes in her message book, and the only comments is us three's comments. If you guys want to check this out, please come down here and show Luna some love here. Seriously, this is an injustice. Oh man. Wow. Ah. So would you say then that the Fallout housing is really good, or is it just something that was
Eh,
part of the game?
it was something that was just it was part of the game. Any of the single player games, like not MMO like Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is the only MMO that I played. Um, any of the single player games, if there's a building element in it, I'm gonna play it. Like I'm gonna try to build some stuff in it. And for a good while, I just played it vanilla. But then because there's so many mods out there for Fallout 4, so after I did like a lot of vanilla type, stuff in bases, then of course I'm just gonna mod the hell out of the game. And they had like full texture packs, full like different models of furnishings that you could put in. So like I got to a point where I was building houses that were like, mid-century modern, and everything was like purely pristine. There was no like rust or dirt or anything. And then actually I feel like I modded too much, because I got to the point where I was like, well shit, like this isn't even the game anymore. And then I just okay, I'm bored, and then I just stopped playing. Like I had already finished the main story before, and I got to it. You ever get to a point where you mod a game too much to where it's no longer even the game, and then you're just like, now I'm
Well, I'm
bored.
just thinking back to the old days when I feel like cheat codes were more of a thing, where like you do so many cheat codes to the point where it just wasn't fun anymore because you were like unkillable, right?
Right,
I
right.
love
Like
those though.
I mean, it takes
It
away
is
all
fun.
the challenge.
Yeah.
If you use a console command to be basically like in God mode, then you're completely indestructible, and
Yeah.
it takes all the challenge out of it.
Yeah.
And it's
So-
great.
But yeah, it's great for a time being, but then like Luna was saying, once you hit that threshold, it's like not great anymore, right? So
Not for me, man. I like to be invincible.
probably being God mode in this game and just like not die ever, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
One hit
man.
things when
Yeah, like
sync
when
is
everything's
off.
unsynced,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
I love that. I actually finally do some kind of like great
Content,
thingies.
yeah.
Yeah. When
Yeah.
that happens. I'm just weird though, I guess.
No, I think a lot of people enjoy that because they want to go through the grind, but there's no point if you just want the glam, right? So,
Yeah.
but yeah.
I just want the achievement for free.
Yeah. Anyways, I think we could probably move on to our 9th build. We've got 10 in total here, so the 9th build of the day. Also on Lamia, this one's the TMNT layer. So for those of you who don't know, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, or in this case, Teenage Mutant Ninja Tonberrims. What does that supposed to mean?
Tonberries.
Tonberrims. I guess Tonberry shrimps, maybe. We're gonna have to go check it out when we hop on over there. Let me just put the little screen that Luna made for us. So this one is still on Primal Lamia, same server, Mist, War 27, Plot 32. And yeah, let's just head on over there. All right. Can you tell me a bit about what your client wanted for this TMNT build?
Let's see. So this one in particular was effectively a personal design that, like, I did not get paid for this home,
Right.
but I had a house provided to me to be able to put this design up. So like basically, hey, it's a free design if I can do a personal project. So sometimes commissions can be like that, right? Where like someone commissions an artist and then they give them full reign. So that's basically what this build is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So so this is almost like your bread and butter. You want to have all the control. You want to have all the avenues to be able to make such a great build, and you just went completely crazy with it. Oh man.
I've always wanted to do I've always wanted to do a sewer. I've wanted to do a sewer layer, like maybe not necessarily Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, but I wanted to do a sewer for so long
Yeah.
But we never had a proper partition until we got the portal partition.
Right.
So
Right.
once we got the portal partition, I was like, oh my god, I can finally do the sewer that I want to do. And then
Yeah.
I got with my client, and they were, so gracious to let me use this house, and I realized, holy shit, I can get away with doing a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I can do
Yeah.
this. So I combined the two things together, and you'll just have to see when we get in.
Okay, well, let's just take a look at the sign first, real quick, before we actually do get into this build here. I just want to pay attention to this. It says, Turtle Layer, Cowabunga, TMNT. Greeting says, Wise man say, forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You guys understand that reference, yeah? Oh, I love this. Oh, she's even got the pizza emo, too. Oh, how fitting, jeez. Alright, let's head on inside.
Yeah. This is why Luna and I are friends. She always wanted to do a sewer, and I like sewers too.
Yeah.
You don't find that many people being like, man, I want to make a sewer.
I love this. Yeah. Let's go sewers.
Wee!
Ooh. Wow. This really reminds me of the movies, man. Seriously.
This Teenage Mutant Ninja Tone Fairy is naked.
Oh, I love how you poured into that sewer opening there. That's really clever. Wow. Oh, the music's on point, too. This is literally, yeah, like a teenager's den, right? Like a little hangout spot. A little kind of man cave here.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, and the pizza here that I just stepped all over. Oh my god, you got the finger food too and everything, all the little sauces, the soda here. That's amazing. This is amazing.
Whoa. That's just what I wrote.
Oh
That's
my goodness.
amazing.
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
I love the brick effect that you did here, Luna. Seriously, it really reminds me of the movies like quite a bit.
The boombox. Yes. Boom.
Oh, wow.
So, of the there's a lot of different references that I could use.
Yeah, let's
I mean,
pull those up right there. Look at look at those old school cartoons. And now look what Luna did. It's almost like a perfect replica of that. Seriously.
Oh, we need a stop sign.
I can't believe there isn't
we
a stop sign
do.
yet. Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell us a bit about this. Like what I mean, like, was it just to kinda emulate or represent the old school, cartoons back in the day, or is there some Luna element to this? Like, kinda walk me through how you wanted to represent this.
So this one in particular doesn't have a lot of deep meaning. Some of my other earlier builds that we've shown kind of do. This one's more just like, hey, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was freaking huge when I was a kid, right? I'm a millennial. Any millennial out there like can quote things from shows and movies, right? So I wanted to have something that was very, very millennial pop culture reference. Anyone could come in and almost immediately recognize what it is. Maybe not everyone could fully know, but the second they're told, like, it's like, oh yeah, absolutely, this is the turtle lair.
Yeah, it's
There's
bang
no
on.
question.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no other thing I could even ever possibly think it was besides the layer. So,
I wanted to have. Of course, this is a large. This is probably the smallest large build I've ever done, because of all the wall work is like insane.
yeah.
Using the brick and then using the back of the bathroom tiles, literally all the way around the room was very item intensive. However, was completely worth it to be able to actually use the portals, like as the sewer portals as intended. So for me, I was like, I could sacrifice the look and make it bigger, but the look is what literally makes this build.
But that's
So
what
this
it is.
why
It's like we're
Yeah.
bang on. Like I immediately, as soon as I walked in, yep, this is a layer. No questions.
Yeah. So the big thing for me was, okay, if I'm going to make it smaller physically, I want to make sure I still have relatively high ceilings. I don't want it to be cramped.
Right.
And I didn't want to have a bunch of small little rooms inside of this. So I don't have the kitchen. I don't have their bedroom. It's just the living room. It's just their hangout spot. And that's it. I didn't want to try to cramp a bunch of things in to a smaller space.
And you know what? That would overcomplicate things. It would take away from the effect, like you said, and it would also be like almost half-assed, right? There's no point putting like little detail into that. Like you can just imagine that there is a kitchen outside of that. That almost builds to the immersion because it's like, in the if you've watched the shows, there is a kitchen. There is another room there. But just to completely focus all the immersion into the one hangout spot and just thinking, oh, I remember there was that, but imagining that also builds to it too, because like you don't actually physically see it there. So Tonberry shrimp. Oh no, not Tonberry shrimp. Tonberries. It's hard to say, but very, very, very effective. Oh my god, this is so funny. Oh my goodness. So why a row, of all things?
Because it matches the proportions of what the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle looks like.
Yeah.
So initially I was like, oh, I could get those NPCs from, oh crap. It's one of the beast tribes from,
yeah.
What are they called? I can't
The turtle people.
Kojin. They're the Kojin, I think? Or
Yeah.
Kojin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So initially I thought, oh, I could get some of those NPCs, and that's close enough. Those are Ninja Turtles.
Yeah,
right?
totally. Yeah.
But then the imp costume came out, and that's around the time that I was finishing this build, and I was like, holy shit! Like, how could this not? This is like perfect timing.
Yeah.
I have to use it. So I was like looking at the imp costume, and I was like, man, I really don't like the head though. The head ruins it. And then I'm like, well, I could just use this Tomberry head. Well, that looks bad, but it looks good.
Yeah.
I'm using it, so I just went with it.
That's freaking awesome. What good honestly, you had to at that point. You're like, yep, I'm definitely doing this.
Yeah.
Creepy.
Oh my goodness. And the classic samurai handle right here. That's a very nice little touch there. And that's a very specific samurai weapon as well to have that effect. The classic one where they have the diamonds on the hilt of it? Yeah. That is cool. What item is that? High steel Tachi. Wow, you must have looked really hard to make sure the handle was like that.
I did. I went through quite a few. And I also wanted to make sure that it didn't clip through the outfit.
Oh, that's the other thing too. Oh my goodness, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Luna thinks of everything.
Literally everything. That's the imp she was referring to. And the Tomberry head from the one event that happened a couple years back.
And there's a mouse. Did you see the mouse?
The mouse? Where?
Over here.
Wait, you can't say over here. I don't know where over here is.
I say that all the time. You should know by now.
Oh, here. Oh, it's another little cute little...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
the Heaven's Bounty.
So yeah, Alaura uses the mouse in her builds. Every once in a while, there'll be like a little mouse hanging out somewhere, and I was like, oh shit, I could totally have a little mouse like poking out from a hole in the wall, and that is Sensei Splinter. Perfect.
Oh my god! That's awesome. Oh my goodness. Guys, I cannot believe, has anyone in chat watched, TMNT? This is absolutely crazy. It's just so much like this. Wow.
This is a little Splinter.
I'm dying.
Splinter.
I'm dying here. This is great. Oh, I love how you include the little cute little dartboard here for the boys. Oh my goodness, this is totally like a Teenage Mutant Ninja hangout. Totally. Oh, I love this. I love this little kind of little board here. Little. What is this minion? I've never seen this turtle tabletop. What is? Is this the top of something? I've never seen.
No,
that
it's just it's a Kojin plushie.
Yeah, that you get from that tribe.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, Do you need it? I can get you that in Bismarck if you want one.
Well, it is kind of neat, but I don't know. I just never.
What you would do with it?
Yeah, I never saw it because I never really did the beast tribes ever. Like, I've only ever did them to level combat jobs because, like, a bit of history for me. Like, I pretty much, like, before housing, I was literally just an ultimate raider. That's all I did, raid. So I never even looked at any of the beast tribes ever, unless it was just for leveling the combat ones. So yeah. Oh wait, no, it's not Shadowbringers. It's Stormblood, right, Koja? I think.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, Stormblood. Yeah. I was thinking, I was like, wait, what turtles have I seen in Shadowbringers? I was like, oh no, yeah, Stormblood, yeah. But
Yeah.
but even down to the little photo, like I have to say, Luna, every single one of your builds, the photos have been completely complementary to a T.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't what I would normally envision in the TMNT layer, but it just suits it somehow. Like, it just fits with the whole overall vibe of this whole place. Jeez. Oh, wow. Hey, Alaura, you should like this. It's the Reaper banner here.
I know. This pizza's making me hungry, though. Looks
It
delicious.
is. Don't step on it.
Well, I gotta clean my pieces.
Do you guys have a favorite TMNT turtle? Like, who do you think you guys are? Like, out of the four? Or unless you think you're the Sensei, or unless you think you're a Splinter, which character do you most align with in TMNT?
Oh my gosh.
Another hard lore question, I guess.
It's been too long for me to have watched it.
I don't know. I've always been partial to Raphael, but not because I like.
Because he's hot-headed?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't.
Yeah.
I would not be hot-headed.
Well, as I'll say, it's not because I necessarily relate to that character, but
It's okay. It was just a question that I asked.
yeah, I'm having an existential crisis over here. Like, I'm fully disassembling all the characters, going, okay, which one?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because I knew you would have a really good answer. Like, let me just sit on this for a couple minutes and see what she conjures up.
I don't know. I kind of like Sensei Splinter. I don't.
Yeah, he's pretty awesome. So.
I mean, that's yeah. But if I had to pick one of the four, that's what's more hard.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Raphael because that's what Aegilis says is like that's the only right answer.
Yeah, I guess this is like the main one you always see. He's always in the front, right? He's pretty much the protagonist. So. Yeah.
I don't know. Michelangelo. I'm not sure. Can't remember much.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, Raphael pretty much is the one that sticks out to everyone. So. Yeah.
Who's funny? Who's the funny one? I'll be that one.
It's Donatello, right? I think.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Or is he
Oh,
dumb too?
Donatello's the smart one, I think. I forget now. I completely forget. Like, if anyone
See,
else.
you don't even remember. Why are
Well,
you
that's why I
asking
asked the
us?
question, so I would know.
Gosh.
That was the whole point of it. No,
I
no.
feel like that was a loaded question.
Yeah, it definitely was a loaded one. Oh my goodness.
The loaded question and it just failed miserably.
But Aegilis is right. I think Raphael is the best answer and the only answer, so.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks, Aegilis, for helping out.
Yeah.
I'd be the pizza.
You'd be the pizza? Because you're
I think a
delicious.
couple-
Oh god.
I don't know. I wasn't thinking.
What were you saying, Luna?
A couple things that I'd like to point out about the build. One, I kind of did like this, like each segment here was a little bit darker as you go through, so it kind of gives that like fading into the tunnel effect.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That is an intricate detail that I completely looked over.
it's really subtle.
It is
Oh,
subtle.
maybe that's why I kept thinking Looney Tunes when I saw it.
That could be.
Oh yeah, because the Looney
Yeah.
Tunes symbol with the gradients on the orange
Yeah.
thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so if you just changed it to that, it could be like totally Looney Tunes. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, you could do like a Looney Tunes remix, like a 2025 Luna remix build, right?
Wow, there you go. Sorry,
my
Luda.
goodness. Oh, and the green puddle.
Yeah.
Green pudding.
Yeah. That's what I would be. The green puddle. I'm toxic.
Not any. Yeah, you are pretty toxic, so yeah.
Wow. Not that toxic.
I love the little arcade machine too. Honestly, Luna, that's so
Yeah.
cool.
There's it represents the like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle arcade game. And then also if you look really closely on the bottom left, it's actually plugged into the wall.
It is.
Oh my
It's that thing
God.
again. Remember?
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah, that laptop that I think we saw Dessa did that. She made like a laptop in one of her builds and she had
Yeah.
the same kind of plug. That is such a neat detail, guys. Oh my goodness. And you also have the outlet as well. Wow.
Yeah. What's the outlet from?
Yeah, what's the outlet from?
So with this build and the submarine build, I used it's the edge of one of the cabinets. I want to say it's the Riviera cabinet.
Okay. Alaura, what did you
Oh.
find when you went back there?
I
see it?
can't tell. So I'm going downstairs to find
right.
out. Yes.
It's the edge of the Riviera. Oh, it's a cupboard. It's the Riviera cupboard.
Oh,
yeah, there it
wow, okay.
Yep.
Wow, that's a very small edge of it too. Holy jeez.
Yep.
Yeah.
was
I'm
gonna
surprised
get
you
it
don't have
soon.
a BID for this one, Luna. Unless this is like just a master secret right here for this one. This arcade system here.
Yeah, I never did break it down for this one. I just never thought about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That is a cool little. I like how you did use the Alagon pieces or whatever they're called.
Yeah,
for
those
the
alpha and
sides.
beta terminals for the sides, right?
Yeah, that make it really.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
You know
makes
what?
it stand
I
out
really
better.
wish you could dye them. Like I really like those terminals. They could be used in so many different kind of things if you could dye the actual terminals. Seriously. But even using that as a slot machine too is so cool. Like where the tokens come out and stuff, right? Oh my goodness.
Egola says that they absolutely love this build. You ate pizza so hard, no crust remains.
Agos, you gotta visit. You're on Primal, right? The same as Luna, so it's a quick little world visit over here to Lamia. Oh my goodness.
At least the Seamaster Splinter.
Exactly, just to see at least. Yeah. And then everything else too, so oh my goodness. But yeah, it definitely brings me back to childhood memories. This is absolutely amazing. Oh, wow.
It's been added to Ego's list.
Nice. Just bookmark this.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we can move on to our 10th and final build of the tour today. Thank you so much, everyone, for sticking it through here this whole time. I really thoroughly enjoyed everything that Luna has shown, and just the whole experience has been absolutely amazing. I love to hear all your perspectives about everything, and yeah, it's just been a really good, refreshing take on housing, because you got all sorts of styles to show. So yeah, let's head on to build number 10. Oh, this one's the best. Build number 10, KFC Kugane fried chicken. Let me bring up the build photo here so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Look at that, guys. Look, like, come on, guys. It's absolutely exactly how KFC would look like. Well, especially in the old days, right, when they had like the little storefronts out there, or the storefronts in the little strip malls. They'd have this little counter space. Absolutely.
And when it's clean.
Yeah, this one's clean. Like all the other KFCs that exist in the world, right? Oh goodness gracious. But yes, this is the last one. If you do like to join us, the address has been posted. It's Lamia, same server, Mist Ward 5 Plot 1. So yeah, let's just head on over there.
So hungry.
I kind of want KFC myself now. Oh my goodness, I haven't had that in ages. All right.
I didn't know that. Okay. Whee.
Now, Luna, was this a personal project for a friend, or was this a commission that you did?
This was originally a commission, for, let's see, originally it was in Kugane, or in Shirogane. So, it was there in their personal house for, I want to say 2 years, and then I was able to, they wanted to, like, demolish it and change it to something else, and I was able to get it into, an old FC, here in Mist.
Mm-hmm.
So that was nice.
And that's where the name comes from, right? Kugane. Yeah.
Yeah, originally it was Kugane fried chicken. And when I relocated, I did refresh it a little bit from when it was originally built, just because like we got the vintage table, we got a few other items. So when I rebuilt it with a little bit cleaner look in the restaurant seating area, but the entire kitchen was pretty much the same
Oh, okay.
as the original build. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw the original one.
Yeah. Let's see this outside a bit though. Like, tell me about this. Like, why this kind of style though? Like, why with the palm trees? Why with the road? Everything, you know?
Okay. Well, with the outside, this is mist. So I kind of wanted to make it look like it was just a restaurant sitting in the center of the residential area. So I kept with the palm trees, and even like I did the mist base for this house, and I selected the roof. You can't really tell because it's a little bit dark, but I selected even like a rusty roof color to match
Oh, I can see that. Yeah.
yeah, match the roof color that would be like just in the base trim around
Right.
around the mist area, and then just I doubled up the gazebo to make it look like, the red and white. It just kind of some basic treatment on the
Yeah.
outside. Nothing fancy.
But just to kind of give that, like, oh, this is KFC. We got the color palette here, right? Like,
Yeah.
also with the little bench and umbrella area as well.
And of course, the FC logo is
Oh
definitely
my
KFC
God! Look at
style.
that. I'm gonna zoom up close.
Chicken.
Ah, nice. Poulet. You know it's called PFK in French? Because, like, I live in Canada and we speak French too. Well, I don't speak French, but
Yeah.
it's an official language, and they call it PFK. Like, they have to include the French in their, like, buckets and stuff. So on one side it says KFC, on the other side it says PFK. I'm like, I'll never call it PFK ever. Just never, ever, ever.
But you just did.
I know, I'm ashamed of myself.
Oh my gosh. You should be.
Yeah.
I will take 2 buckets, please.
Oh my God.
Limit 1 per customer.
Dadgummit, what kind of facility is this? You can't get me 2 buckets. I deserve 2 buckets.
Oh my goodness,
Can't even see me.
I know, I can
Sorry.
see the side of you here, but I was gonna say I love the little rooster circle image here right as soon as I popped in. It's so iconic, and look, you never see that in the KFC, but you see it here, so.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that would
love
freak
that.
me out. I would run out of here. That was a person.
Oh yeah, I know you're scared of these masked people.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is so good, guys. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Now we're following it up with KFC. I didn't think anything could top TMNT, but wow, this is great. Ah, my goodness.
Chicken.
There's so much I want to break down here, but like, look, are these like terminals here? Like pretty much like the self-serve machines at the front here?
Yeah, so those were the original design. The client wanted to have 3 NPCs in their house, just for, like the mender, the steward, whatever. So I was like, well, how am I gonna put these in? I'd like to implement them in somewhere where they can click them easily and not have to clip through the walls or go upstairs or whatever. So I developed those terminals so that they could click on the NPCs behind the terminals.
Oh my goodness, that's an ingenious idea, and it doesn't do anything. Like, you don't have them awkwardly just somewhere in the build. You can actually still functionally still be in the lobby and enjoying it, but still be able to access those items. That is such a good way to do that. Oh my God. Oh wow. I guess I gotta ask, like, why is this like their favorite restaurant, the client? Or something that they
Honestly,
want to do, yeah.
This specific client really we share a similar sense of humor. He likes quirky stuff, and I think this was the first commission that I had done for him. I've done a couple commissions for him. The first commission I ever done for him, and he wanted to have a restaurant, and he wanted to have something that was fun, whimsical, quirky, and we settled on the KFC idea, and I just went with it. And I wanted to make sure that, like, I wanted to embody the actual feeling of the classic 90s FC, again, like the whole millennial thing, nostalgia. So I wanted the 90s KFC, and then I also wanted to have a custom little chibi chicken. So that's what I have in this back wall. So that's kind of the mascot. And then of course, like, having a mannequin that's has the chicken suit, of course we're going to put that in there too.
And that logo up there, I kind of want to point that out too, at the very top left of the screen there, see above the counter. Look at that logo, and now look at this comparison photo that Luna sent over to us. Look how accurate that is. It's literally the same. Like, how did you get the slant though, Luna, is what I'm wondering about. That is so... How? Like, that's...
So it is a bunch. Let's see if I can clip. I don't think I can clip up here. Dang it, me and my ceiling collisions. I can't just look up.
Yeah, you're almost like a person in your own thing. Oh my goodness, yeah.
It's the easels. It's the easels.
Oh my goodness.
Is it the pub sign or like is easel?
No, it's the easel.
Like the paint
going
easel,
through the red.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
going through the red. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And it's just like a subtle enough to like completely just peek out of that to form those little lines. Oh my goodness. I said it before in previous streams, and I'll say it again. They need for us to be able to make signs where we can actually type words. Like I know there's going to be people who might type swear words and stuff, but they could just completely take it out, right? Just like take out all swear words, take out all cuss words, right? I feel like that would be such an absolute like upgrade to housing if they just let us type a sign. Seriously. And wow.
It would be amazing. I imagine that probably won't happen for spaghetti code reasons, you know.
Yeah. Did you ever attempt to try to make that the KFC logo with the guy there, like the little head, like a mannequin peering out of it?
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I did when I initially did the little chibi chicken. I had initially was like, okay, can I pull off a Colonel Sanders head on this wall? That was not happening. Like that's one of those things where I'm like, all right, I'm tapping out. Like, don't get me wrong, I could probably do that. If
you really wanted to, right? Yeah.
If that was the only thing in the house.
Just a giant logo and all these flat walls, all like stage panels all the way around.
That's what you gotta do next. Now you gotta just
you gotta make the KFC annex like an apartment room and just make it the logos.
So if anybody wants to commission me for a medium house so I can use 300 items
to make
the
perfect KFC logo.
Yeah, if anybody wants to, I'm down.
Hey, anyone in chat, you could totally message Luna and just DM her or something, right? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I was gonna also say too, like on a little side note here, the face would be hard too, like because like all the mannequins are faceless. Like that's like the crazy part. Like I would imagine, okay, you could probably get a hair, make him a bit older, put some glasses on him, put him with that hairstyle. But I just wish you could like if they update that would be amazing. Changing hairstyles, making it like change the character models. I can see why they don't do that though, because they don't want people finding out that, and they want people to Fantasia and try for themselves, right, before they buy it. So I think that's the reason why they won't want to do that. But yeah, let's check out the rest of this build here though. Like this is so 90s. Like I haven't even seen really like a KFC with this kind of retro kind of style in a long time. Like that's the very old logo. Like I think nowadays they've completely updated where they don't even really show the red and white too much. It's just kind of like the word now. Like there's not too many around, at least where I live anymore. Anyways, I don't know.
I don't even remember.
Yeah.
Well, there's a KFC near me, but it's a ways, and I don't go there because I don't know, it looks weird. The chicken's like all like.
Yes, it's like, not the same anymore. Black. And like Toonie Tuesday, I think is not even a thing anymore. I think it's like $10 Tuesday at this point, isn't it? It's not even Toonie anymore. But oh, I love how you use the orange corsages. It looks so much like fried chicken. Like from afar, you can really just it just looks like chicken. Seriously, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm really hungry now. I gotta get some KFC now. Oh my goodness.
And then you'll be like, oh, yeah.
Oh
this
yeah,
is
I
why
shouldn't have
don't
got
go
this.
there.
This is why I didn't go there. Yeah. Oh my
One of those
God.
where you go for nostalgia and then you regret it afterwards.
Yeah.
Nostalgia
pretty much.
regret.
And then your arteries get clogged right as soon as you bite into the first one. I just knew it was so oily before, like the skin and stuff, right? Oh my god, yeah. Ah.
We need the bucket, the emote thingy. Too bad we didn't get those.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
Where?
This is so cool. I love how you made the fryer here with like the bottom of the store memoir, I think, right here. Oh wow.
I like the drink
Actually,
machine.
that's the like it's a warmer.
Oh, it's a warmer.
So you know, like where they like they'll pre-cook, like restaurants will pre-cook up stuff, and then they'll have like a little warmer.
Oh, that's why they have
and
the multiple plates, right? To kind of put them on, yeah.
Yeah. So like you'll come over here, you'll put your stuff together, and then you pull from the warmer that's been prepared from the kitchen and pass through, and then
Okay.
It's a really tiny kitchen, but if you step back and look at it from afar, it's like forced perspective. I tried to give the idea of a kitchen back there with, well, not many items, right? So
I'm
really
back here.
all you have back there is your spices and seasonings,
Right.
and a little pot to fry chicken in, and that's it. Nothing else. It's
And a
very
little
basic.
Laura.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see this little beast running around there, and then a little Spriggan hat popping up from the counter.
I got so many orders.
While you're back there, can you go ahead and fry another batch of chicken? We're almost out.
Yeah, Laura,
I'll
please.
try, but I can't jump up and
can't reach
I
the
can't
handle,
reach the
right?
pot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get fired.
Yeah, we're gonna have to let you go.
Yeah. You're not the right fit.
Why? Why?
Oh man.
Wait.
Oh wow. Oh, I love this Luna. This little key detail right here. As soon as I turn this wall right here, I love the little chicken feet in this portrait here. That is such a neat effect.
It's an escapee.
What, you?
No, I don't have chicken feet. What are you trying to say?
Well, yeah. When you take off those heels, your feet will be like very sharp, right, and narrow. So.
Wow. They're not chicken feet.
And you're used to running, so I just associate with the chicken, like running around and killing people and stuff. So, yeah.
Yep, just keep it up. Let's see how that goes for you.
I love the little retainer bell too, because I remember that was such a thing. I'm glad they took that out though, the bell, because it's so rude, eh? Just to be like, okay, I'm ready, and then ring the bell. You don't want to be like an asshole nowadays and get people's attention like I'm ready. So, oh man, I love the retro flooring too. That you use the black and white flooring. It's totally 90s, 80s, 90s kind of look. Wow.
Could explain myself to Luna why I need to keep this job, and she's just looking at me like, nope.
She's like the boss lady here, that's for sure. She's Colonel Sanders in
like
this
a
version of
Colonel
AOR's, yeah.
Sanders one.
Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely great. And it's just so fitting that you have the white hair too. You didn't have to change that, so.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you're here.
Oh yeah, I'm here. Wow, you failed this interview, right?
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
I think this is the most focused that you've ever been, Laura. You're literally staring right into her soul. I'm just here for moral support, so.
I stare into everybody's soul before I
Let,
take it.
I'd like you to clip through and go ahead and go upstairs. I'm gonna see if you can.
Okay, you want me to follow you then? Like through it?
Yeah, see
Okay.
if I can actually get clipped through. Dang it.
Oh, you mean to the logo, you mean, or?
I'm trying to go upstairs. There we go. Yeah.
Okay, let's. Oh, there's a Namazu here? Oh, that's a Namazu Mender. Okay, I see.
It's a Namazu, yeah.
I don't know if I can go through this. Hang on.
If you
Okay, this
walk over to the front of it again and then
Oh, I got
like,
it. I got it. Yeah.
yeah.
Alright.
I did get
Usually we're the ones who have to break
there
through
we
these.
go.
Oh my, look at all these Queen's Rest guys. Jesus Christ.
it.
So before, especially before the graphics update, it's I've always had a challenge with getting things bright and for things to pop.
Right.
I do low light builds. I do. But there are a lot of builds where they're very bright and bold, and I want everything to pop. I am not hiding any details. I'm not hiding any seams. I'm not hiding things in the shadows. I want everything to be bold and on display. And when the Queen's Rest came out, I was like, oh my god, it's a godsend. I'm able to use a overall universal clean light pop that does not cast a shadow. So anybody who has a build, if you're on a zero light build or a low light build, but you're like, man, I'd really like to have a little bit more light in a particular area, maybe a kitchen, maybe highlighted on a picture or something like that, try a Queen's Rest, and try the Queen's Rest in the, if you're on a medium or you're in a basement, try it the floor above, because it will shine through down to the floor below.
Oh, it will.
Yes.
Yeah, Laura and I tested that for a build that we completed recently in our medium as well, and it's like, oh my god, goes all the way through. Like, it's like
even
crazy.
to the third floor.
Yeah, even from the third floor over to the basement, seriously.
Yeah, so I mean, it could be a challenge if you're doing multiple floors, but if you're just doing a single floor,
right,
and you want to if you hide something in the ceiling. Now they do act as tabletop items, so if you have like a flooring mat as your ceiling, if you just have it above that flooring mat, it'll snap down to the flooring mat like a table. So you have to have it glitched a little bit higher than that so it continues to float. Otherwise you'll have like a little bit of smoke coming out of your ceiling. I mean, not that that's
fine.
So maybe that's what Alaura wants then, I guess, in her eyes. That's what I was going to say. It's a good mistake, right?
Yeah, I feel like, uh-oh.
But that's actually something that I've used in quite a few of my builds, just to bring a little bit more brightness, especially to areas that would otherwise seem a little dingy or dark. Right. Even at like full light, lamps and stuff around, and it's like, man, it feels like I want more light. If you want more light, try a couple Queen's Rest. They're hard to get a hold of if you're on an alt. But
they're hard for us anyways.
Yeah.
I don't have any of that unlocked.
If you get a chance of like, there are folks that'll still go to Bozja and do leveling or do whatever. So if you like post in Party Finder, sometimes you can get like, somebody will go and like, they have extras to like, cause it's like a coin. It's one of those Bozja coins that you go and like spend currency on. So some people have just like a butt ton of them sitting around. So if they're wanting to unload some and get some gil, then
it's an easy trade. You don't have to do Bozja. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but maybe not so much on materia though. There's gonna be a lot of people that have that available.
Well, I know there is like a Bozja Discord, I think, for materia as well. There's Bozja Discords for all the regions. I'm pretty sure there is. I'm gonna have to like go see, because I know another content creator was talking about that as well, about how there's like the Bozja, there's the Eureka, and there's also like there's even raiding stuff too, like in like Allen Sanctuary. There's literally a Discord for it. I'm gonna have to find out what it is, but because Alaura and I are pretty much made over on materia now, right? So like some stuff is a bit harder to get. So if I were to go to Bozja, I'm pretty sure I'd have to just do Bozja, which I don't know if I'm willing to do. I think it's better just to pawn off one of our friends, right, and just to get it. So yeah.
Yeah, maybe you get lucky and can contract somebody to do it.
That's what I'm wondering too. Maybe just put up that PF and see if anyone has it, right?
I'm telling you, I should have stolen all the ones that Dani had in her place before she had let it like get demolished. Well, I mean, she like took it out.
She was on Bismarck or what?
Yeah, she was on Bismarck, and I made a thing in her house, but then she like wanted to let it go, but she had all these Queen's Rest. I should have just like cleaned her out and be like, oh, I don't know what happened to those, Dani. Just kidding.
I wonder what happened. Well, you thought about it, so.
I did, but I wouldn't do that. I just thought it'd be funny. So, yeah, I didn't do that though. That'd be horrible. I just took my crap that I needed to get out of there. that I paid for
Yeah.
and made. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wee.
You know
It's
what's really
beautiful.
interesting about this build too is this little like upstairs area, kind of like a half like bungalow kind of style area where there's just kind of like a little overlooking thing. I feel like restaurants really don't do it too much anymore, especially fast food restaurants. Because I know even in my area, there's still like a very old school McDonald's that has these like stairs where you kind of go up, or like a ramp that kind of goes up into this like balcony kind of area overlooking. I don't know why they took that out. I'm assuming just for accessibility reasons nowadays, like if you're like wheelchair or something, right? They don't want people to feel kind of left out. But a lot of like the old school malls with like still the same retro tile flooring do have these like overlooking like balconies and stuff. So that's a nice little touch, like a throwback back from those old days where restaurants did have these multi levels that they don't really have now. So yeah.
Right, because people might jump like this. Ah! Pfft.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Man.
Oh, I broke my ankle. I'm suing. I'm
Yeah.
suing you.
There's always the suing stuff going on, but yeah.
That's gonna cost you 5 Queen's Rest. Yeah, you can deliver them to Bismarck. Thank you.
That's hilarious.
I noticed someone in chat asked how I did the chicken face on the wall.
Right.
Oops.
So the little chicken face is relatively simple. For the beak, I use the grocery sacks. They're put at an angle,
Oh yeah.
and opposing one another. And for the red, what do you even call it? Like the comb and the wattle. Those are the matching cushions.
Oh yeah.
And then the eyes are the big like dark green black bottle from the Spirits collection.
Oh my gosh.
Wow. I can
That's
see it now,
hilarious.
but just like how
Yeah.
it's a bit curved there. And it's like
Yeah.
the kind of bulky like that spirits bottle. You really like using the spirits bottle. This has really opened my eyes, Luna, on how to like see items. Because you use the same kind of thing over in the Fallout shelter, spinning it around to make like the blue little bottles for the soda cans. And now in this build with the green, the dark green for the eyes. Oh my goodness.
We
My
just need to use ale.
My recommendation for you is if you're looking to kind of find new items within the existing items that we have, and this goes for anyone. Get like a test area, like your apartment or your chambers. Throw down a stage panel that's facing you, and then start putting tabletop items and other furnishings on the ground, and then preview them partially in the wall and spin them around. Like spin them around and say, hey, what can I sink into the wall? What does that look like? And that's where you can start seeing some unique geometry. And heck, I'll guarantee you there'll be at least one thing you come across and you go, oh, that's an inspiration for a wall art, or that's inspiration for something else I could do with that. So it allows you to start seeing your furnishings not necessarily just as whole pieces, but as parts of a whole, and then also give you some inspiration for other unique items.
Now, thank you so much for the explanation. Now, is that how you kind of fiddled around when you first started doing like your first earlier commissions? Like, are these kind of like practices that you basically did? Because I know in our last Housing Talk, Nakota was saying how he literally practiced putting. Oh, hey Teague, how's it going, man? Nakota literally practiced putting items down, kind of putting them at different angles to see like what would like peer through and stuff. Are those like kind of housing exercises that you did yourself to find out all of these things, or was it just experience over time by testing out different formations throughout your commissions?
So, as I would go through commissions or even just tinkering around, once we got our preview menu, it was a game changer. Because not everything is in the preview menu, but like let's say 98% of all furnishings are in the preview menu, minus like a couple event items.
Right.
So once a preview menu happened, I started like effectively memorizing just from exposure, clicking through those items and looking at how they look partially clipped in the walls. What are some of the, what are the shapes that, that can come out of a particular item when the rest of it is covered up by, a partition or something else. And then I was able to build effectively a mental a mental model or gallery of not only all of the items that we have just from exposure of seeing them, but also unique pieces or sections of that where I'm like, oh, that's an angled piece that I know I can use. So like now we know there's a few items that if you want to use an angle on a wall, you go to that pub sign. Like that's your first go-to
Right.
to the pub sign. And then you also have like the ladder, that step ladder that we have, but that's like a larger one.
Right.
And then also if you wanted just a white one, you can use the easel. So like we start building upon certain things like that. Usually it's from community where you see them from break it downs, but you can effectively do break it downs just by throwing things against the partition, sinking them in, and seeing what it looks like.
Wow.
So, yeah.
All of these.
I think a lot of designers do the same thing. Where once that preview menu happened, we just went crazy looking at all the different items and how they looked from different angles.
Yeah.
And then over time we just started sharing all of our discoveries, and then created like a community library of break it downs and other applications.
Honestly, I have to say, like, just because we're kind of nearing to the end of our stream here, and because as this is our last build, but I just want to say, like, I have to say, like, you and Alaura, literally, like, I really look up to your guys' work and kind of your perspectives on things, because you guys have been around for so long. Like, you literally said you started at 1.0, right? And I think Alaura started back in 2.0, so it's like, it's really nice to have, like, you kind of, like, veteran people that have been around for a long time, because, like, us, like, newer designers here, we really look up to that, because you can really learn a lot about, like, throughout all your years and how you kind of approach things, and I think that's something that I feel like in this generation it's kind of like lost in the sense of looking back at history. I think a lot of times the younger generation do often think, oh, I want this quick fix, I want this quick installation process right now, and I don't care how I'm going to get it, but I want a quick fix. But to look back at the whole trajectory of housing and how long both of you have been in the housing community is a really, like, it's good to just respect that and just to kind of like, oh no, you can get to this point, you just gotta apply yourself and learn and try to learn as much as you can. And I'm just so glad that you're doing these break it downs and giving such a very good tutorial and kind of like explanations and instructions throughout the entire stream, because it really, like, I think it really makes a difference for people, especially for people who don't think that they can do it themselves, they don't think they can do a good design, or people who are kind of skeptical on the edge, they might want to get into housing or not. I think this was definitely it was good to have you on to just kind of break down those little barriers and just realizing that it's just all a progress. Like, you just learn eventually, and you just got to do that just by practicing putting items down like you said. So I'm just really happy that you were able to bring us through your entire journey, like throughout this entire tour that we had going on. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you for having me. It was really fun to come on here and touch upon a little bit of all the different builds. I wasn't able to show all of my favorites because I was limited to 10, and I also tried to keep it on Primal.
Right.
But I definitely was able to showcase some of my absolute most favorite builds. I also appreciate Alaura for getting a hold of me and contacting me and asking if I wanted to be on the stream. I have not ever done a stream like this before, so it was really interesting and wasn't near as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
To be really, actually, no, Alaura, you go ahead first. Actually, I talked way too much.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, I gotta shut up now.
It does seem like it might be painful since it's like with ISO, but it's okay. But yeah, no, we're happy to have you, and you're always so awesome, like with anything that you create. So I love how creative you are, and I love like we can like talk sometimes and like bounce ideas off of each other. And
you know what I think is really cool? When I first started designing, I looked up to you and Bright Dancer, and now you guys are the two primary designers that are in my DMs. That we actually talk. We shoot the shit. We talk about design stuff, and it really felt good to come up and be able to become a peer to the designers that I used to look up to, right?
Yeah, not anymore. I'm just kidding.
I still think you got it. But
just kidding.
I kind of take that attitude, and with other designers that are kind of up and coming, they're just tinkering around. they're not professional yet, they're still amateur or whatever. I look at them and I think, you know, I can be a mentor to them, and I know someday that they'll be looking at me eye to eye as a peer, just like I look at you and Bright eye to eye as peers. It just takes time and practice and experimentation and really the passion for it, and then we all just become peers. So.
And that's,
Yeah.
I really want to add to that sentiment too. Like, I've always been like a lifelong learner. I really do like seeing other perspectives, and that's why I started this show initially. I wanted to see the perspectives, see how other designers think, and just to show the world we're all pretty much the same. We all want to get better. We all want to make great designs. We all want the community to kind of flourish. And this is exactly how we're going to do it, by having guests on like yourself, because at the end of the day, it really is that, like, we're all peers in the end. We're all here in the community. We're all here to work together to show off some awesome builds. And I just really appreciate it again. Like, thank you so much for taking all the time, Luna, to come out here. And thank you again for making my job easy. You sent just having everything in aspect ratio and just making sure everything was like all your links were shared. Just making like the stills for me, which is absolutely amazing with the addresses already on them. Like, I think, it just speaks to how passionate you are. Like you were mentioning just a second ago with Alaura, being very candid and being humble and still looking up to designers who you now consider peers. And I really feel like that's the sentiment, and that's the lesson that I want to instill in the housing community and housing designers, is just you just got to learn from each other. And that's the only way that we're all going to get better and get more comfortable and get more excited about housing in the future.
For sure.
And speaking of links, I will now share Luna's link tree. She has a plethora of
She's
different.
everywhere.
Yeah, she's everywhere. She's on Housing Snap. She's on Ko-Fi. She's on X. She's on Blue Sky. You name it.
Does the glams.
Luna has it. Does the glams, like Layla was pointing out. She's had a glam perfectly form-fitted for every single house that we had on this tour. Like, that's 10 glams easily. And you probably have way more than that in your collection. So I'm just very happy like how much time and effort you actually dedicated to this. And just really, really glad to hear your perspectives and have you on the show.
He really is happy. I have heard over and over how like happy he was with all your preparation. He's like, I don't have to do anything really. This is great. I've never had somebody on that did this much.
Well,
To be fair, I have done so much document preparation for customers when I was an engineer, that I kind of just treated you like a customer, even though I know it's one of those things where I was like, oh yeah, I'll just put together a packet of all the stuff that he needs because I know what he needs, because that's what customer service is
right.
Knowing what the customer needs and then give that to them. So I figured, hey, if I can make your job easier so you can just cruise through the stream, then that'll be good. So I'm glad that you appreciated it, and thank you again for having me on.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us. It's an honor and privilege for us to have you on.
Yeah, this is what housing is about, guys. This is what I wanted to do with Housing Talk. I wanted to break down those barriers. I wanted us to all see eye to eye in terms of being peers to one another. Like, nobody's like up on their high horse or anything like that. Well, I guess I did say that to Alaura before, but she's on her chocobo, right? But I just wanted to make it a very like a colleague almost, right? Like, we're all colleagues in the sense of this greater picture that's bigger than all of us. So I just really am thankful to share another experience with you. And I do have to ask though, like, did you want to still go with that hashtag that we discussed earlier?
Yeah, let's go with that. I think out of all the stuff that I talked about today, I think touching on the existentialism is probably best fitting for my personality. Yeah. So I think that fits a living, breathing story that brings in lore from the game or your own personal lore to yourself.
And when we're all works in progress, right? Like we mentioned, we're all works in progress. We all have We're all learning. We're still breathing, right, Alaura? Right? We're all still breathing.
For now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah, but like we're in the now. The hashtag's in the now, right? So, yeah, it's just a very simple yet powerful, impactful way that we can all inspire each other and all get better and better. So, like I said, thank you again. This has been a great episode of Housing Talk with the very talented, very multi-talented Luna Delcielo. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys on the next one. And for now, we're just going to read on to another fellow housing streamer, Denmo.
Oh.
And yeah, I will see you guys on the next week. We will have the very talented Tigzu Helser next Sunday on
Heck
May the 4th. Nightlife with Teague and Alaura. That's what we'll have. So please look forward to that next Sunday. But for now, I will see you later. And thank you again, Luna and Alaura. So take care, guys.
Thank you.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm gonna eat chicken now.
Me too. Thanks so much, Egolas. Thanks so much, Teague. Thank you for everyone who was here. And I will see you guys on the next one. See ya, Layla. Take care, guys, okay? See ya.